We are
Rumper
recording.
buggery!
What kind of buggery?
Random, I think.
Random buggery. Is that just where you like blindfold yourself and dash around town grabbing people?
I think it's more so trying to randomly insert it around town.
Or do you like walk into town, give everyone a number and roll a dice and then bugger whoever comes up?
That would be far too
Oh,
easy.
wouldn't you like to know ahead of time?
Yes, we were. Please.
Just like role-playing, right? 1, 2 for Hal, 3, 4 for Lindsay. Except for the consequences are a lot worse than getting hit by something. Because they're getting hit by something.
It is true. I'm too much of a fan of just letting the dice decide sometimes. But otherwise, it feels mean if I target someone that's already been really hurt and there's no good reason for them to do so.
I think it's fair if the monster would randomly choose.
I mean, or like again, like if it's the first round of combat and they don't have any real particularities. I mean, do you go for the potential spellcaster? Do you go for the big guy in armor? Like, how do you choose? You don't know which one's going to be the most detrimental to you yet.
Yes, you go for the big guy in armor. That's what you do all of the time.
No, you go for the crunchy-looking spellcasters.
No, they're behind the big guy in armor, so you've got to knock him over first.
Yes, and that's where marching order helps things decide. That's every now and then, but anyway, so we're on session 37.
Right, ref session 37.
So,
I used to like it when we could put the sessions in the top corner and Google stopped us being able to do that.
I know, they did, didn't they? You can't really name a session anymore.
Fuck you, Google. Stop changing shit and making it worse.
We like that old version of Google Hangouts. The faces on the bottom were bigger, too.
Yeah, and they worked and it seemed more stable.
Yes. Yeah, anyway. Actually, I guess when you think about it, 3 more sessions and we'll match the world's largest dungeon, won't we?
40 is where it stopped.
Yeah.
Yep, we will, 40. It got 40 even. Which I always thought was interesting, but some of the sessions were quite long.
Yeah, some of them are quite short.
Some of them are quite short, but some of them are very long.
We'll have when we reach 40, we'll have to compare what our hours are like.
That sounds like you're digging in the database.
all right.
I just have to go to my my archive file. I have all the site audio on my hard drives.
Well, surprisingly, so do I.
And me.
I have both patron versions and regular versions, I believe.
That's very cool. I need to clean out the old drive and get it down a little bit and streamline it, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
I have about 10 versions of most of the things, especially early on when we had bunches of versions.
Versions of things.
Yes. Let's kill some shit.
Alright, so when we last left off, the party pretty much just headed back to the trolls, I think. You talked with them, you got given a side quest from Augustil, which was any volunteers?
Get some water. Get some water from the river Styx.
Yes.
Close enough.
Lethe.
Yes. Generally get something that had the water or the properties of the river Styx for his medicine or whatever.
For sure, give us a feather token of a fly or something.
No, the figurine of wondrous power.
Figurine of wondrous power.
I'm actually gonna have to look up. Is a mini fly quite good?
I think the fly turns into a fly you can ride, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it is quite a large thing.
Isn't some of those just single use though?
No, figurines of wondrous power tend to have limited time. Feather
That's right.
tokens are single use.
But
That's right.
they're relatively really quite good because usually they're like an hour a day or whatever, which is
some are
still
pretty nice. I like the goats where you can like ride one and one's like a battle goat and it's very bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, yeah. There you go. It's pretty much a giant fly that you can ride.
Yeah, I thought so.
That's a pony.
It's a giant fly you can ride.
As though a Pegasus, though it can't make any attacks. It's can be used 3 times per week for up to 12 hours per use, which is not bad.
One of us could be Fly Guy.
Now, of course, it does make a very disturbing image of riding around.
Gigantic fly.
It fit well in with my black armor and sword.
Yes, I suppose Gorm could pull it off quite nice, couldn't he? So yes, you got given to that offer if you were able to find such waters. And Then you talked with Vargan, who kind of just reinformed the information she had about the thoracic spire and the Council of Truth, and how they closed up shop and been all mysterious looking for adventurers to find the Rune Lord Shard. She escorted you to the thoracic spire and would not take no entry for an answer. And then you guys met with goodness, I don't even remember her name. Koifa. Koifa, the librarian of the thoracic spire.
If you say so.
What happens when I don't write notes?
This is thoracic, not thoracic like spines, right?
It is
Really?
thoracic
With an E.
with an E.
Every time you
Right.
say I'm expecting you to say spine.
Yeah. I have thoracic spine every time he says thoracic spire.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Yeah, so in any event, she informed you of the stuff, and most importantly, how the Spire was kind of getting a little bit worried about how, this whole funding adventurers things and stuff is actually not quite as easy as it seems, and how the previous venturing party had kind of been lost for about a week or so, and how they'd kind of like you to just go in, finish the job up, bring them back. Try not to leave too much evidence, just in case Dusk Wardens happen to walk by underneath the tower. And if you're real nice and let them look at it, they'll happy enough to let you guys have the shard as payment for all this as well. In addition to some gold pieces for the return of the adventurers they hired prior.
In any shape whatsoever.
We're bounty hunters.
They did have a higher bounty if they were alive.
We're
So
not bounty hunters, we're rescuers.
So they get to look at the shard for 15 minutes, and then...
We're like the Thunderbirds.
Relatives pay more for survivors than funeral houses.
We're about as wooden as the Thunderbirds.
As long as they don't have to be sane.
I'm not wooden.
There was no mention of the sanity. You never know. You might have to watch those librarians.
Mm.
You never know what shifty stuff. They do those strange things like reading books for fun.
What the?
What's wrong with those people?
I've been listening to a lot of Welcome to Night Vale and stuff, and the reading
Librarians.
week thing.
Yeah.
Of course, the librarian's like, reading week is once again upon us after being outlawed for the past 10 years after the incident.
Yeah, the first live show we went to in Seattle for them, there was a librarian loose in the audience.
Oh my. Oh my. Poor audience. Assumingly no one got stitched into being the binding of a new book, though.
Not that we heard about. Might have been in a different section, though.
Al, do you have any idea what they're talking about?
I have no idea what they're talking about.
Yes, let's not advertise other podcasts for free. Yes.
It's another podcast getting advertised over here.
Yes.
All right, so do we need to do any healing up after battling the evil Quaddle?
Yes, that's right. You went down there, you battled Quaddle.
What do you want, Battle Pug?
Crying the entire time.
I think I'm full.
Well, at least we put it out of its misery, even if we can't eat it afterwards.
Somebody listen at that southern door.
Hmm?
That would be.
Yes. There had been listening out there prior, with no particular information as to what lay beyond.
Guess I'm only down 12 points from the...
I think you guys might have healed up. You either must have healed up or been mid-combat, because I'm pretty sure that Quaddle had a good flaming ray, or scorching ray on Gorham before.
Yeah, I think I was dropped to like half, so we must have healed up slightly.
I see that you are.
That was
And
hard.
of course we hear Ruby wrangling in the background.
Certain values of wrangling.
Will be good. And a bit of effort to get down here. It's cold.
So yes, we at least have Gorham and Juniper with us.
I'm
Lindsay,
here.
Are you in Roll20, Lindsay?
Yes.
Okay. I don't actually see you on the bottom for some reason, but that's
I
fine.
don't see it really. Are you in it through the hangout?
Yeah.
Well,
Huh.
it doesn't matter whichever one she's through, it should appear. But as long as it,
Yeah.
just would you mind moving your token a space, Lindsay? Just want to make sure you're. Oh yeah, so we're fine.
We just don't see her logged in at the bottom.
Which is fine. Just want as long as everything's connected, then it's all good. So yes, the party is faced with a door directly across from the Coatl room, with of course the nice summoning circle on the bottom, which can prepare summon or conjuration spells with
Have we
much
checked,
emphasis.
Alex? Have we checked this door?
Yes, I didn't really hear anything beyond it.
You didn't hear anything, or there's any traps on it?
Nope, no traps. I saw.
Did you try peeking around behind it?
No. Should I start peeking behind doors? Demir
No, it's
kind of
not.
gets angry when I do that without asking.
It's not wise. Listen at the door.
Yeah, I
Listening
moved
as well.
forward.
13 to listen at the door.
Seems pretty quiet room.
Shouldn't you be in front of the door if you're listening at the door?
I'm just putting my ear to it. You want to open it, Gorham?
Well, that didn't work out so well for me last time, but
Hey, you did
sure.
fine. Does anyone need healing before we open this door?
I'm down 12 is about it.
Let me zot you with the wand then.
Zot.
Sorry, I'm on the floor. I believe that's a wand noise, isn't it? 6 back. Let me do that again.
I'm just
Three back,
reminded of Red Dragon
7
and
back.
the wizard Zot and the familiar Pookie.
That's funny.
Yep.
You guys really like just being full hit points here.
It's important, Lockhart, because 1 hit point on the fight is the difference between him being upright and him being downright.
I suppose. I'm just used to a school of thought where don't overexpend resources.
Well, that's the entirely opposite school of thought to this party.
I prepared to yank
Especially
open the door
considering we've died once already.
Again, I do, I guess, have that accounting background type thing.
We'll get a little bit more gung-ho as we get further from our previous characters' deaths.
Of course.
I'll yank open the door and shove Demir in.
So give all the wizards and sorcerers black tentacles, you say?
I think that would be, and then give them all web and all of those horrid other spells.
Did he get a chance to cast web on you the second time?
No, he didn't, thankfully,
Okay.
because he had the brain of a goldfish before he had chance.
He had it as well. Okay, so who's opening the door? Gorham? Demir?
Yeah, I'll open it and shove Demir into the room.
No, you won't.
That's not how we work.
He could try. He might be able to succeed with the strength.
Yeah, you could try. I'm not that fast, less strong than you, sir.
Just for official sake, because I kind of forgot how decent it is, and it really does help her out. Alex will cast heroism on herself because she wants to have that little aura of sparkliness around her that Demir has.
Flanked by sparkly people.
What spells do I have running? Do we have anything up still? I only cast Blessing of Fervor. I think we cast Blessing of Fervor. I don't think I have any more on.
That would have run out pretty much if you.
I'll just have my dailies on at the moment.
Yeah, of course.
Heroism.
And heroism.
Yeah, heroism.
Okay, good.
Yes,
Let's go.
We've kept track of the spells we've cast. Yes.
Yes, that's on my character sheet. I just can't see it right now.
Good.
I'm sat on the floor feeding the dog.
I am actually because I have to play mostly through my computer. I'm much more lax with you than I am other groups because the other ones I micromanage each little thing.
Do you
spells.
really? Who'd
I
have
do.
thought it? Who'd have thought?
I keep track of every spell cast.
Really?
Yep.
I can tell you how many spells I've cast. I can't tell you what they are.
No, but you're spontaneous. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am pretty spontaneous. Thank you.
But yeah, so
Doing pretty well.
door opening. Someone.
I open the door and peer in with my dark vision.
All right, and of course the light from Demir's shield.
And you two
Hand.
glowing people.
Hands.
It's on the palm of my gauntlet.
Faintly goes in, but is probably slightly lowered at the moment.
So I'm
Right.
sidelit, not backlit. Okay.
a room with some people inside.
Cool people. Are they friendly?
Horrible people.
Are they going to invite us to tea?
This chamber contains several grooved stone tables of various sizes, and the floor slopes gradually towards several large drains. The ceiling is obscured by what appears to be a woven mesh of spiked metal chains suspended 8 feet overhead. While
Hey.
Hellraiser! I told you! Hellraiser!
Thing was like the Cenobites in that room.
What? No. While a few gray robes and cloaks still hang on the wall to the east of the door. In similar-looking robes are 3 apparently young women.
The Cenobites, aren't they?
They appear to be rather boredly sitting on the tables, 2 of them nearby the left one of them on the right one. The 2 of them appear to have been in the midst of possibly playing something like tic-tac-toe or something with a rock on the table. And upon seeing the door open, they all kind of gasp in, oh, visitors! Visitors! Please, please, come in! It's been so long!
I fireball the room.
You do not know Fireball.
I spontaneously learn fireball because my instinct is
Fireball the room.
being a bad lady.
Possessed by the dwarven paragon wizard Balazar.
I was going to say, there needs to be a Daka in there at some point if there's going to be
Right.
Fireball going.
Or at least a waka.
As soon as they invite us in the room, I don't want to go in the room now. I want them to come out.
You can't, otherwise we would have left already. It's been so boring down here.
Danger, Will.
Please.
Danger.
I'll have a slide detect magic from where I'm stood, please.
Well, you can't really on the sly cast something
When I say
unless
sly,
you
what I
have
mean
still
is-
and silent.
I'm not really casting it slyly. I'm just,
Okay.
just a quietly. Yeah, I'm just casting detect magic.
Yes, you cast it hoping that Gorm will take away the attention, which of course he won't because you're very high charisma.
That's right.
You do so and you detect magic in the room.
Anything magical?
They do flinch slightly when they see you casting a spell.
Everything very, very magical.
Are you just kind of basically stand there in silence for 18 seconds as looking into the room, as they're kind of looking somewhat.
What can I do while I concentrate?
Walk
Not
slowly
much.
forward.
Is anyone else? You can walk to the room or
Can
whatever.
I speak?
Briefly, but I mean it is a concentrating effect.
I'll mutter out the words. Just looking at the binding spell.
All right. So yes, they seem a bit more relieved at that.
I will examine the doorway and also glance into the room.
I don't know exactly how the binding spell works, but I suppose there would be, again, a strong aura in this room, however that would appear.
Right.
There are also 3 auras at the end of the room.
At the end.
Yes.
How do you mean?
Like the back wall.
Like on the far wall.
Or sorry, on the wall east of the door.
Yeah, the east. To the right, the right of the screen. East
Yes.
of the door. Yeah, I'd say north is north, right?
Yes, north is north.
Okay, good.
Yes, they would appear to be the 2 cloaks and set of robes.
I gotcha. How about the people that are in the room? Are they running any spells on themselves?
Nope.
No. Okay. Very
Nope.
good.
They appear to be. They're not Caucasian. They do appear to have a slight bluish tinge to their features.
So I'm guessing that looking at this binding spell, there's no hope we can break it.
While this one is a different form than the other, they are not in that red hologram form. It
Right.
is still a binding spell and just as high level.
Doesn't look like we're going to be breaking this binding spell either.
Spike chains, metal tables, and
Aw,
a drain on the
that's
floor.
really
Sounds like a.
Could you at least come and
Yes.
visit with us for a little bit?
Maybe.
I don't think that's a very wise idea.
Shall we sense their motives?
if you wish.
I'll sense their motives.
Can I very much aware of the room from a standpoint of mistrust? So
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
actually looking.
you can thoroughly mistrust them all you want if that's what you think your character would do.
Well, what I mean is that I can look, rather than just looking around going, oh, look at these lovely people that I trust very much, I'm looking around going, okay, let me find out where the proof is that they're actually really dragons or something.
26 for
You can
sense
make a
motive.
perception check if you're looking for something.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I'll glance up at the chains for movement.
26 for sense motive.
Hanging up in the ceiling.
You sense that they are particularly excited and would really like you to come into the room.
Do I get the impression that when you say would like us to come into the room, that it's more of a lure than it is kind of a let's have tea kind of intention?
I mean, they're very excited, and whatever intentions they have, they're very happy about it.
I'm sure they are. We're going
This,
to get.
this is not skill read their mind, Hal. This is what
I
you
know,
sense
but I
from
mean,
their
you know,
motives.
I'm just wondering if there's sinister overtones is what I'm
Read
looking
body
for.
language of cloaked maiden.
Of course there is.
I think if somebody was trying to lure me down an alley to stab me in the head, it would be very much different if they were luring me down an alley to have a nice cup of tea and a chat.
Well, it might not be that different if they'd been, like, by themselves for thousands of years. You
No,
honestly...
I'm still pretty certain it would be.
I reckon that they're going to be sirens and they're going to try and bonk all these boys.
You have, as far as you can tell, their motives so far have been excitement, pleasure at seeing new people, and a general desire for you to come into the room.
Which puts us no better off because that's exactly the kind of emotion that somebody who wanted to eat you would have.
So, Juniper, you are able to get... You're actually still rolling very high for perception, even with this.
Well, my number was 9, but I managed to apparently roll fairly well. My perception's only 9.
Yeah, you did. So, Juniper is able to get the impression that there is something else they're wearing underneath the robes. You hear a faint clacking of metal as they move. You also see from the occasional spot where it's shown at the neck or the forehead, the occasional metal glint.
They're wearing armor?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I have a horrible feeling it's much less than that.
Dog's fed. Ugh. I'm going to get a treat. I'll be right back. Don't do anything stupid, like push me in there.
Are you just going to leave us all alone again? It's been so long.
If you
How
have a
long?
way out, then what do you think we will?
What? But the spell isn't on you.
Well, yes, but we're not going to be able to break it just like that.
But you could at least visit with us a little.
We're very busy. We have lots of things to do today. We can't really rest.
Maybe when you have time to rest then?
Not really.
Appointments to keep. Demir, you're the face man.
What? What are we talking about? I'm sorry, I was busy.
They're just in general kind of whimpering and wondering why you're just standing out there. So far, Juniper has said that they're very busy and they're asking if you have time to rest or something or to remember them. They're very lonely.
The enticement of their robed figures is apparently lacking.
I have to say, I think my colleagues and myself are rather cautious of this place. You're sat in a room. Clearly, you've been here a while, possibly hundreds of years. So clearly, you're not as spry and wonderfully shapely as you may first appear. And quite frankly, we don't trust you.
Yeah, what he said.
Sorry.
They give kind of pouty faces.
Oh, terrible.
Could you at least tell someone else?
Yes.
What?
Well,
Or give us something new to do?
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. Let me
There's
see.
a lot of scholars up above that would love to chat with you.
Yeah, you're right. There are. Hold on a second. Maybe I should give them this orb of consumption to play with.
That could be very, very effective.
Yeah.
Honestly, anything new to do at this point would be a huge relief.
I don't know, Alex, what do you think?
Stop asking the NPC. Why can't we visit with them a little bit? Think about what they could tell us about this place and the traps.
They could tell us nothing about this place because they've been stuck in this room for a quadrillion years.
Oh, I guess that's
Really,
right.
they know nothing about traps, or else they wouldn't.
They could probably tell us everything about this room, which they have clearly studied a lot.
So, who put you here?
Yeah, good question.
The Rune Lord.
And how long ago was that?
It's kind of been difficult to keep track of it down here.
The Rune Lord. Queer's a frog?
No, I don't. That name doesn't sound like Willie. He was the
Kermit the Frog was a Rune Lord.
No, I'm trying to think of what it would have been called. I suppose they went by the Sin names back then, didn't they? Anyway, I only think Sorshin actually tried to use the virtue of her Rune Lord title, but she's the Rune Lord of Greed.
So, if that's the case, what are you?
We're outsiders.
Okay. Okay, that's a good start. Specifically,
We're of a race that was summoned here to help assist him for surgery needs.
so you're surgeon outsiders.
Yes.
So you're specializing in the knives and the cutting.
Well, and also the separation of nerves and tendons and reattachment and quite a lot of things. It's much more complicated than that. When you go into the whole past the whole magical aspect, it really is quite an art form.
I'm sure it is. It doesn't look very doctorly in there. It looks more
Abattoir?
tortury.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay. I think it's time we moved along. We'll come back and see you on our way out of here. How does that sound?
Oh, can't you stay just a little bit longer, please?
No, I'm sorry. We closed
This has
it
been
up.
such a good time. No.
I stun ship it shut.
I guess you could do that.
It's
But
done.
there's probably magic items in there.
Yes, you want to go in and get them?
Well, after the women have been killed, yeah.
Okay, they've still shipped them shut. Unless you're going to stop me doing that, that's what's happening.
Just burning through your spells.
Hey, I'll get more tomorrow.
Well, if they truly can't leave the room, it's probably not any harm.
not
to
for
do
them.
that.
You really shouldn't just put it closed. Someone else could go in there.
What?
Demir, someone else could go in there sometime. You shouldn't close it all the way.
It's closed. It's sealed.
Alex,
It has a big X cut into it in the stone.
This is
Well,
what.
at least where someone knows where it is. I mean, think of the knowledge. That,
Do not enter in common.
but at least so people know that there's a room there.
Danger. Yeah, okay, it'll look like a door. I'm just sealing the edges of it.
Mark it on the map.
It's going to be written, do not enter. Danger, panthers.
Pen.
I'm kidding. It doesn't say panthers.
That's great. All right.
Moving along.
I was trying to explain to Alex that there are times where our vast experience teaches us that we should not meddle with people like that, and she'll understand eventually.
I'm not saying that we need to meddle with them. I'm just saying it would be a shame if he just made it look like a wall and anything that was inside the room could have been completely lost to history.
Well,
Yes.
yes,
Well, it doesn't look like a wall. It looks like a very hard to get through door right now.
That's okay. We're going to make it 3 more doors, and then we'll find that we need an item from that room to proceed further, and then we'll have to go
This
back.
is not a choose-your-own-adventure novel.
How do you know? How do you know?
You're gonna keep your fingers in those pages, aren't you?
I got really good at that.
I have to say, I think that's a bizarre room. You open the door, some people talk to you. Clearly, you're not going to ever go in there.
If you're metagaming.
What is metagaming? No one. Okay, we've walked through here. Some kind of ball of something. It tried
Did
to
nothing to you.
only because we were super paranoid. Then
Look,
a
I didn't metagame at all because I have no idea what's going on, but I would not go in that room. It was clearly
yeah, it's clearly a bad place, Lockhart.
a
Drain in the floor, metal tables, spiked chains in the ceiling.
I don't know about them two, but I would never have gone in there in a million
Yeah,
years.
it's a bad touch room, Lockhart.
All right.
Show us
That's
on the
fine.
doll, Lockhart.
There's not enough doll to show you all the spots. It was
That's right. Show us on the doll. We carry on down the corridor. Whoa, big corridor.
Give me a moment.
Okay, I guess we're dealing with this door on the left. Let's do.
You're gonna pass the door on the right.
You currently have
I'm
a
at the-
door
I'm
on
at the
as
right.
well.
Ah, yes, I see it. Alex will deal with it first and check it out for all his businesses. Alex, please check this door.
All right. So Alex will take a look at the door. There is something slightly strange about the door. Whereas the other ones were just your standard square doors, this one is curved. It is.
Thing?
What?
It's just like the room inside is spherical.
Oh,
Not necessarily. It's what?
I don't understand
or,
why
or are you talking like a hatch in a submarine type curved?
What? I clearly I'm missing one.
I'm missing it too.
There's two things Thing has mentioned so far this game. One of them was Cenobites, and the other one is the Hounds of the Tinderless.
That was all pre-session.
That's so fantastic. Okay.
There are certainly no straight edge or anything to the door. I don't.
We stun shape it closed and move on. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
I'm kidding. Alex, is it trapped?
No, I don't think so. I can't hear anything beyond it either.
Can we open it?
You are able to open it.
We shall open it. Alex takes a step back.
All right, who opens it then? Gorham. Gorham is your door opener.
Great.
Sorry.
That's
You
why
are
I
the
get
meat.
times and a half the treasure. Yeah.
You are the meat.
So let me just make sure I get this.
That's why I get extra treasure. Is that an orrery?
Thing, stop using even the right word for it and all that.
I was going to say it's one of those planet things.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yes. Almost every angle in this roughly circular chamber is smooth and curved. Though its walls and 20-foot high ceiling are flat, the flat planes all curl to meet each other. Even the doors are curved, making a total lack of hard edges or corners, save for two broken sections on the western and eastern walls where long cracks have marred the perfect surface. In the center of the room rests an elaborate clockwork construct of spheres. At its heart is a barrel-sized representation of the sun, while around it metal struts suspend much smaller metal balls. Just north of it, a small 4-foot-tall podium rises like a stalagmite, its top bearing a small brass wheel and a lever. Knowledge, Arcana, Geography, or Nature?
Nope.
Nope.
I have one of those. Hang on. I have Arcana and Nature.
Yay!
You can try once on each if you want.
You're a knowledge monkey.
That is perfectly acceptable. Don't bother with that.
38. Nice work.
So, Juniper, assuming she is allowed to go and look inside the room and the party.
Yeah, we'll be milling by the door.
Hey, I do what I want. I don't ask permission.
It's only a 5-foot wide hallway. There's not a lot of room to mill, but.
We kind of edge by so everyone can see inside. Well, I think the assumption when we open the door is combat might happen, but when it doesn't,
No.
it's probably wise for us to let everyone take a look before we go in.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
That sounds so gamey to the extreme.
Is that metagamey?
I can
Cautiously step
understand
foot into the room.
if there's something inside the room that is viewed as a threat, but if you don't see anything, why wouldn't people start walking into the room to take a look around
I guess it's fair.
instead of all
Cautiously
crowding
step into the
around
room.
the door?
I'm probably
Alright.
gonna go in. Hal, please stop speaking for everybody.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So, Juniper knows that the apparatus is an orrery. How do you say that thing?
Orrery.
I have trouble with it, too many R's in a row. And it is a model of Galarion's solar system. Furthermore, she recognizes that while the celestial bodies are not to scale, their positions represent their relative positions in their orbits for the current date.
Does it move?
How are you trying to move it?
Probably can be moved.
I'm not. I'm wondering with my knowledge.
It's a clockwork construct. By all rights, it should be capable of movement.
I don't know what they are. My character clearly
It's a
does.
construct. We're gonna have to fight it.
As far as she can tell, looking at it, there is everything in position for it to move. And again, it is either it currently does move, or you just happen to step in on the right date.
Exactly. That would be awesome,
Does
right?
the correct configuration of planets indicate a specific time or something?
Today.
Oh,
It's all right. I was aware. I kept up.
The controls on top of this pedestal, I'm guessing, move this thing.
slowly moves on its own. With
How common or rare are they?
Certainly one this size would be extremely rare, not to mention if it is what you probably suspect that it stays accurate, that would certainly be an impressive display of magical construction.
So it's a giant TARDIS, and we can just shift back to any point in Galarian whether we want to by moving the planets.
Not portable, by any chance, is it?
It is probably quite rather the size on the map, to which to say no.
Okay.
Do any of the planets look particularly valuable?
Praise check.
I go back
Praise check.
and tell them what I
Which I don't have.
think about it.
Alex and I will wander across and check that door on the opposite wall
All right.
while they're looking for ruby planets or whatever.
Okay.
Diamond Moon, you know.
Diamond moon. It's raining diamonds.
Alex says that she does hear something beyond this wall. It's difficult to say. It's possibly an occasional whistle or something, or moan, as well as a bit of a buzzing sound.
A whistle.
Great, and I can't put myself in a corner in this room.
Are you talking like a person whistling or like an instrument being whistled?
It's a little difficult to say.
Hmm.
Could be either.
All right.
It's not consistent though.
Let's wait till the troops come through and we'll go this way.
Like the whistling of a shoggoth.
That insane piping.
So, are you guys, is Juniper and Gorham doing anything in particular with the orrery?
Do we dare turn the wheel?
Is there anything that you would do to one? Is it not already doing its purpose?
It's
It's
really
difficult to say what its purpose is.
It's for like predicting planetary alignments and stuff.
Okay.
So theoretically, we should be able to like move the wheel up on the podium and reconfigure the planets to an alignment or something if we want.
Like the future or the past, or watch how they move as the days go by.
Okay.
And then it'll become whirling blades and attack us. And
The only way to know for sure is to actually do so.
Well, my character clearly knows more than I do about them, so that's why I was asking.
I know more than my character probably does about them. So
Yes,
way.
As far as you can tell without testing it, that would indeed appear to be the probable use of it.
So, if you come across one in this circumstance, other than going, "Oh, that's pretty neat," is there anything else you can do with it or want for it?
Not unless you're an astronomer with a hankering for the next cosmological alignment.
Okay.
So you said it was a construct, like an enchanted self-moving
You
construct?
said it was
Well,
clockwork.
Yeah, I say construct to say that it looks primarily clockwork.
Okay.
In theory, no one has actually detected magic on it to determine any magical properties.
I detect magic on the orrery.
If it was built by a rune lord, it's probably...
It has a strong aura.
I wait. What kind of aura is it?
Spellcraft check.
Doing it. I need to put that on as a thingy key.
a strong aura of PC killing.
Necromancy. 31 for spellcraft.
Transmutation.
Interesting.
So we reconfigure the planets for, 100 years from now, and we all age 100 years. And
You don't touch a thing.
I was going to say, are you trying to move the planets?
No, he's not.
Okay.
no, I already my sword to parry a planet if it comes at me or anything. Yeah.
I suggest that we leave this well alone, people.
It has very strong magics.
Well, yes, but it also could be or do pretty much anything, and I don't think that we're the kind of people really qualified to mess around with it.
There's noises coming through this door.
Alex, can you tell if it's worth money? Or bits of it are worth money?
Dumbass, if you touch it and it transports you to, like, Venus or something.
Venus. Or the Galarian equivalent thereof.
Looking at the outside, I don't really see anything particularly valuable. If we could open up, there might be something valuable inside if it's a magic item.
Mm.
Well, yes, but I really strongly am suggesting we don't touch it.
Yes, Juniper.
I'm waiting for the don't make me turn you into a toad.
I'll move down to join Demir and...
Well, why? It's clearly too big to do anything with, so...
Well, too big to take with us.
Exactly, so... Let's just know when is the right time to leave well alone. Sometimes we need to learn that skill.
The party has suddenly become uber cautious.
As we avoid all the...
I'm not
and the loot.
cautious like that. I'm cautious of touching big, potentially catastrophic...
Whirling death traps?
Yeah, I don't really know what it's been put there to do, so it seems stupid to play around with something, especially something we can't actually steal or take away or sell or anything because it's too goddamn big.
Well, you don't know though. The first room you got into, you got a circle that was really good for conjuration spells. Who knows what effect this could have for preparing spells, if any.
You're very right.
If only we had somebody that prepared spells in the party.
But being that I don't want to end up on Venus or Galarian's equivalent of, spells on there would be lovely and everything, I'm sure, but quite like in this plane.
Teleport to Nox, and yeah.
If it helps anything, I believe conjuration or abjuration are the teleport spells, not transmutation.
So this will...
It transmutes you into the native to that planet.
Audio.
So, what are you guys doing?
I'm ready to open the door.
All right. Are you ready to open the southern door?
So room 5.
Pressing thing. This will always be here when we come back.
I'm in front. I must be supposed to open the door.
Okay. That's not an actual confirmation that you are, though.
I opened the door because nothing in here has been trapped so far. Well, none of the doors have.
I've checked the door already.
Oh.
Okay, so as far as I know right now, the light source is fully on.
My light source is available. Yes, it's not bright. Maybe half bright.
Okay, so it's half the current aura, which means anything outside of, what is it, 15 feet is dim light and 20% mischance for those without dark vision.
All the moving shadows.
I have dark vision.
That's correct, Hal?
Well, everyone has dark vision except for me, right?
And Alex.
Alex has low light, right?
Low light.
Yes. So slightly better.
Hmm.
I have dark vision and blind fight.
Okay. So opening up the door. I'll just, yeah.
Okay, the sphere. Now we'll need a. Oh.
Just
That's a weird ship room. What's that? What are they?
give me a second here. The wall is a bit too flush, so I have to take a little.
Child on a sleeping map and an Oriental girl.
So, Lindsay, I'll tell you in a moment, but you might want to avert your eyes away from the screen, or tell me if you just don't entirely want to see an image.
So this must be the sweet talker.
So, the walls and ceiling of this stone chamber are partially covered in a strange, organic-looking honeycomb of papery material, as are several long workbenches, which are off the map and apparently of no consequence. What you see is a human woman kind of kneeling down in front of what would appear to be a halfling man kind of lying down on a sleeping mat with propped up by a backpack. She appears to be making a bit of kind of a wordless keening noise over him, and as the door kind of opens up, she turns around and you're able to see what she looks like. So, Lindsay, do you not want to see this?
Probably not. So I'm not looking right now.
No, I can actually
No, it's
edit
okay.
it so you do not see it.
Oh, okay. That's clever.
So, Vecna,
I can also
Cora.
just close things with my mouse without fully focusing on my screen. Thank you.
So,
She's cute.
the most interesting feature of this woman is not her light brown hair, the braids. Sorry, I was clearly doing something when I wrote this, or the braids, or the blue bead collar on her shirt, but the threading that keeps her lips stitched together. Though she carries no visible weapons, strong limbs and calloused knuckles indicate that she is no stranger to combat.
So
As she stands up, you guys are able to hear kind of a, of course, Demir can only barely see an outline at this point. But as she kind of stands up, you're able to hear a somewhat droning or buzzing type voice speak from the far end of the room to kill them, protect us.
oh crap.
And we can go to initiatives.
Hooray!
I'm pretty sure someone is going to make this, but it's only a DC 12 knowledge local, so someone's going to get this pretty much. She's able to be identified as both a sweet talker and some affiliation with the Brothers of the Seal.
She seems
Well,
very-
and I believe there's a sweet talker and a halfling mentioned in the party we were come to find.
Quite possibly.
If I
So,
recall the descriptions.
initiatives.
24.
11.
Alex didn't do too better herself with a 9. Juniper got an 18. All right, so
So some buzzy voice from there is telling her to kill us. Great.
we have Hasari.
She's worth more money alive.
Okay, so don't kill her then.
So as the voice says, she kind of turns to you and starts shuddering and looking viciously at you with a very angry whistling coming from her.
Hmm.
Yeah, I can't whistle right now.
That was
I
an
cannot
angry
whistle.
whistle. That's what an angry whistle sounds like, people.
It's a
I cannot do it with headphones on. I need to hear myself better.
Really?
West Side Story.
Is that West Side Story?
All right, so
That's
first to
funny.
react, even though he can't see a whole lot, is Demir.
I can still hear evil. Cast Blessing of Fervor on the party.
All right. That all? Is that all, Hal?
And I may extend my light a little further.
All right.
probably a good plan.
Juniper.
I'm going to cast Misfortune.
Hmm.
Oh no, it's the same day, isn't it?
What?
But it's a new person.
Different target.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I can do that. Yeah, I'll do that then.
Till the cows come home.
All right, so using Misfortune on her.
See,
She
I
gets-
was keeping track. There.
All right.
Sorry.
She gets a will save. I do not think she gets the enchantment bonus. That being said, she does get a 27.
Ooh.
So
You've rolled really well against Lindsay's hexes, you know.
Yeah, doesn't it?
All two
Yeah.
of them.
You
He's a
need
very-
to start with the evil eye to their saves first.
Is that
Then hit them with the misfortune.
That's true, because they get that even if they save.
One of you said last time that I needed to start with Misfortune.
No, I would have never said that.
Well, you might not have. Someone else might have done.
So,
Okay.
Hasari is let's see, what feats does she have? All right, so she's pretty much just gonna charge the door then and give a nice stunning punch to Gorham. So how
Punch me
much?
through my adamantium.
Possibly. All right, so here we go. So, it's
I should have
charging.
not bought the budget armor.
She only gets a 14, so she does not punch through the adamantine. Gorham. She is right in front of you. Quite easily.
I guess I'm gonna have to hit her.
Are you going to try and subdue her?
I'm not sure how to do that.
It's a -4 to your attack.
Okay.
If you're asking that as a player.
What the
If
heck?
you're saying that as Gorham, I have nothing to say.
I love that. Sub what? Chop!
Since we probably talked about trying to
Stop.
make these people alive, I will take the -4 to subdue her, and I'll take the extra attack from Blessings of Fervor.
It's a good
Okay.
plan.
I suppose I'm not sure the -4 extends to energy damage, however, because I don't see how you can quite make the acid that is splashing onto her while you attack non-lethal.
Do less damage. Yes, that's non-lethal acid, that is. It just stings a bit.
Well, I can suppress the normal acid, just not the D10 burst by critical.
Yes. However, I'm pretty sure it still takes a standard action to turn off your magical effects.
Okay.
Change its pH level.
That's right. Make it neutral.
I can do side.
And I'll just
Science me.
try and hit her a bunch of times, I guess.
All right.
Let's see. This at -4 would be 29.
Which will hit. Is that a threat?
No, it's only a 13.
Only a 13.
Let's see. Second
Is that
regular.
plus? Oh yeah. Sorry, you're saying yeah, -4 after that. Okay, yeah. Go on, keep going.
Let's see. Second regular attack. No, that'd be 14. That probably won't.
Yeah, that will miss.
And then my extra attack from Fervor would be 21.
Okay. So I have to ask a question. Are you power attacking normally?
Oh, probably, yeah.
Just keep that in mind when you make that haste or fervor attack. That you should have the power attack penalty on that. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm assuming you normally have the feat that ignores that power attack penalty on the first attack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I just said that so automatically, I almost thought I was like, wait, that only happens if you have a feat. Right? Getting too used to it.
Yeah.
So no, the second one will not hit. So you only get one strike on her.
Yep. So 28 points.
Oh, impressive. How much of that is lethal?
4.
4.
Yeah. That's right. I can just hover over to find that.
Did I take that off? Sorry, I did. Yeah. Okay. And that is then 24 non-lethal.
Just enough to burn through her lip stitches.
All right. Alex gets lucky.
That's a bit inappropriate right now.
Oh, well.
Alex is always getting lucky in the back there.
I know, it's terrible.
And then she actually, I suppose she'll probably take the extra attack.
You get backstabbed by an orrery while we're in here.
So I believe it will be +2 to this attack, and she will get to do it twice.
Yeah.
So a 28 will hit for 9 damage. And that will not hit. So Alex gets a slight wound to her reaching through the doorway. She is getting cover from Alex and Demir. Demir's turn. She is quite injured, but still is standing fairly upright with a lot of fight in her.
She's just a pretty ball of hate.
Yeah, right. She's a bit of a ball of hate. I'll try and wallop her with my longsword. Also doing with the flat of the blade.
All right.
What's the negative for hitting her?
A -4 for non-lethal.
What about round the hard
That
corner?
adds to her AC, so you don't need to worry about that.
Oh, I gotcha. That's fair. Let me see. Longsword attack 1 then. Yeah, I'll take the extra attack.
Okay.
So longsword attack at this is at -4, but that's a lie, isn't it? It's at a plus because I've got my sword up. Can I add that to the calculation or not? Let's see what this comes out as.
All right.
+6 +4 +3.
That does not look like a hit.
No. +4 +3.
Because you're adding +2 for heroism, assuredly, right?
Yeah. Oh no, that's not added in, but yes.
But with a -4 and cover, that is totally not hitting.
Okay, so that's a
So
-2 then, essentially. Okay, my secondary attack.
So -2.
23.
23 will not hit.
30.
Do you get 3 attacks?
Well, no, I have 2 attacks plus my extra from my hasted action.
Fervor.
Oh, that's so. Is your 6, 5, 6? How come they're all the same bonus then?
Are they?
Yes.
No, one's at -5.
Oh, they're okay. That's what you're. Okay. Are you power attacking normally?
No.
Okay.
So although I do have power attack. Okay. I don't. It's not as my standard attack.
All right. Sorry.
One hit.
Okay. I'm not used to doing the haste attack last. It's throwing me off.
No.
That one
All right.
hits, and you can roll a potential crit threat.
Is that a potential crit?
It's 19. No.
9 damage. That was a roll of a 3. Woo! Feel my 3.
All right. She has another bruise on her, and it is Juniper's turn.
Tink.
So I'll be trying for evil pistol then. Evil
Sorry.
Eye. I'll be trying for evil eye then.
All right. What would you like to target?
I would like to target. Can I target her attack rolls?
You certainly can.
What kind of thing will I likely be able to do if I target attack rolls?
You'll put a -4 on her attack rolls, I believe.
be awesome.
It is. Is that what you would like to try to do?
That is what I would like to try and do.
She fails, so she actually has this penalty for quite a few rounds.
Nice. But at this point, you might as well start cackling.
Can I cackle as well as doing that in my turn?
Probably
You
won't be a
can. I
threatening
don't. Well, I guess yes, you can cackle.
You might
Again,
as well.
it doesn't really do a whole lot, because again, like there's already 9 rounds of this on her. But
But if she's going to continue stacking these up, she may as well continue to cackle just in case.
I guess, like I said, it really doesn't matter. But
No, but I mean, come on, it's a long combat. You may as well do it.
so her turn. So she is going to punch rather wildly in a flurry at Gorham. And she's at a -4 to her attacks. So
Nice.
this is going to be very interesting to see if she can hit. So 1.
Ding,
Yeah,
Wow.
and that was a stunning fist, by the way, if it matters, keep track. 2,
ding,
3,
ding.
10.
and is this a natural 20? No, it's not.
Ding.
That evil eye seems to be very debilitating to her ability.
Nice one, Lens.
Gorham.
All right, time to take her down.
Got to take her down.
Non-lethal.
Oh.
20. Let's see. I'll do I'll do the extra blessing of fervor attack first, like Lockhart likes that. 32, or no, sorry, 30.
That's also a crit threat for you, right?
Yeah, because it's above a 15.
Yeah, so a 33 will hit her. Actually, the first one will hit her as well. It's a 20-year-old, right?
Yeah.
The first one hits as well.
Okay. I guess I confirm the crit. 19 now. Oh wait, plus bar to confirm. So that'd be 24.
Okay. Yes.
Can I just abort the second attack? Because I think I'm going to do enough damage, probably.
That's certainly fine. You can just do the damage for it.
And then see if you need to follow it in.
All right. 29, 5 of which is lethal.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And then I guess just do the damage twice.
So your first attack wasn't a hit though. Your first attack wasn't a crit.
Oh, that's right. But that's just regular damage.
Yes. So 5 of it lethal.
Yeah.
24 of it non-lethal.
Yeah.
So actually, yes, despite Gorm's best efforts, there's still this horrible crunching sound as she drops to the ground, completely unconscious. Hopefully, with not too much internal bleeding going on.
Good work, Gorham.
I will. Oh, I guess that was my round, so I can't step over to let the people check her out. But
That was you. Essentially, you would have just taken a standard action attack, basically. If you stopped after first, so you could abort your full attack into movements if you wish, I believe.
all right, I'll step
So
past her.
she is rather incapacitated.
I'll clear the way into the room so that I can approach
So-
the buzzing halfling. Or
Yes, the
Buzzing
buzzing
halfling.
it's quite angrier.
Buzzing halfling.
And, let me just check this here. Okay. All right. So Gorm stepped into the room. Alex will probably just move over for now. Do a general heal check-ish type thing. Make sure she doesn't look too dead.
stabilize.
And she's able to confirm, yeah, she's just knocked out for now. It's fine.
Alex, can you hog tie her a little bit for us?
Yeah, sure, I can try that. Just before she's about to reach into her bag, however, The halfling corpse basically bursts.
Hmm.
Oh, great. He was infested or something.
Out comes, one could say, a swarm of wasps.
Oh,
Everybody's favorite.
swarms. Bloody
Mm,
great.
another one of my favourite things to look at.
Would
Wasps.
acid burst affect swarms?
Wasps coming out of somebody's mouth.
Well,
Uh,
actually, the wasps are just bursting out.
Oh, okay.
Chest bursters.
Well, that's not half as bad then.
Saw a thing on the internet. It was like bees versus wasps, and it was like, oh, that's lovely.
the hideous buzzing cloud of insects is comprised of black and yellow wasps with hungry red eyes.
Hell wasp swarm. Jeez.
They appear to be much larger and uglier and vicious looking than any wasps you've seen before.
Hmm.
And they're going on the 30.
So it was
Wasps.
telling her to protect them.
Possibly.
So did they just need the extra round to incubate, or are they bursting free early and weakened, hopefully, to...
I think more likely they were just sending her to see if she could finish us off before they got involved.
Yeah.
Why fight your own battle if you've got someone else?
All right. And it does, however, take them a full round action to do that, I believe. So it is Demir's turn.
Hooray! It's Demir's turn.
Knowledge planes check is appropriate if you
Not
wish
for
to
me, it's
identify
not.
them.
Not for me, it isn't.
I have that.
Apply your eyeballs. What does it do? Or are you asking me to do it?
If anyone has knowledge planes, they can do it to get general information of it.
Fire away, my lovely.
Can I do that untrained? No.
33.
33.
All right. Juniper knows that this is a hell wasp swarm. These are
What's in all my orifices?
from the abyss, from hell.
Hey!
They are intelligent. They are vicious. They can inhabit helpless or dead bodies and puppet them for times.
So like
And
the girl we
then
just knocked out.
devour them very, very quickly from within.
They sound lovely.
Yeah, they do, right?
They will try to swarm over people and, of course, distract them with the horrible fact that you have wasps all over you as they sting you to death.
Sounds wonderful.
Why did I walk into the room?
Are they evil?
They are indeed evil.
From the abyss? Yeah.
They have the word hell in their name.
Hell!
They also have somewhat minor resistance to fire
Beautiful.
and are generally just quite bad and nasty.
Okay.
So-
It's me then, right?
Juniper, knowing that, Demir's turn.
Thanks, Juniper. That helps me.
I never
What-
said Juniper shared it.
Oh, right. Thanks for thinking about looking thoughtful there, Juniper. I walk into the room.
Tell them.
All
I would
right.
probably shout out what they are.
They're bad hell wasps.
Mhm.
From hell.
Door
Hell
closes.
wasps. From hell.
Blocks, barricades.
Is protection from evil appropriate here?
I don't know. Is it?
They're from the
I don't know.
abyss.
I don't know. I don't want to look at my screen because it'll crap up my audio, so
They are not
that makes looking at my
outsiders.
spells a bit difficult. They're not
They-
outsiders.
They are extraplanar, but they are not outsider type. They are vermin typed.
So it'll give us a bonus, but it won't be very effective.
Yes.
Crap.
Great. So we need area effect attacks for these since they're swarms.
Cast sound burst on them.
All right.
I think if I bang it right in the back corner, it should be good, right?
So you can roll your damage.
What's the damage for sound burst?
I quite think that they're. Well, Is a swarm immune to being stunned?
So they won't get the stun effect. The D8 points of sonic damage.
So no D8 points of stun.
Well, they get a D8 of sonic damage, but then they get a fortitude save
You
for
get, you get to
stun normally.
damage them. However, I am relatively confident that The
Swarm
swarm.
for me to stun.
Yes. Single throw, Q, moves, flag, creatures, traits.
Five points of damage.
Actually, I think it might be susceptible.
I guess they could be stunned if they're like living things with brains to shake about, right?
Yeah,
Not the
yeah.
remedy.
So,
Who's
sorry.
fort save?
Okay, so you did 5 points of damage.
I did.
All right. It takes a bit of damage.
Rah! Take
All right,
that.
and what save is that?
I believe you need an 18.
What save is it, Hal?
I believe it's a fort save, but
You
I'm not going to
believe,
guarantee.
or you are looking at it and can tell me?
I'm looking at it.
I'm
Fortitude, partial.
not looking at it.
You can't look at his second monitor without buggering up the.
It's
Oh.
fortitude for partial.
Fortitude. Okay.
A
19 will do it.
Oh, Mr. Lockhart, you were lucky.
They actually just have massive saves too.
That's nice. I guess they're swarms. Maybe that's what they do.
So you moved into yes.
Yeah,
So it
I'm
is
there.
Juniper's turn.
I'm in there.
I cast Evil Eye and take away their saving throws.
Um.
Now we're
Can she
Lockhart has to figure
swarm?
out whether she can evil eye a swarm.
Unfortunately, you
I
can't.
think because they're mind affecting.
No, it's because you can't target a single one. Area effect works, but unfortunately, you evil eye one wasp out of thousands.
Which means my sword's going to be about dead
Would I
useless in this too.
Alive then?
Yes.
I suppose you would probably reasonably know that, yes.
So,
You also did roll high on your knowledge, so you would definitely know that, yes.
You need to roll out your area effect spells, sweetie.
That's right, a lightning bolt straight through the party.
Yeah,
It's
Go for
perfectly lined up as well, right?
let me have a look.
Luckily, I picked up a ring of minor electricity resistance.
So, does that mean Slumber is one creature then?
Slumber likewise would not work for the same reason. Anything that would just affect one target will not affect a swarm.
Basically, all your witch stuff is focused on one target combat.
I'm aware. I'm getting it. I'm just looking what else I can do.
Spells!
I'm looking.
Keep it nice and open here on swarms. Because I'm sure there won't be any other things that are going to come into effect.
No, I'm sure not.
Yes, the orrery is not going to attack us behind while we're dealing with this one.
Technically, because these guys are intelligent, they could be affected by mind affecting.
But you
It just would have to be in some way an area effect or something that doesn't target one single creature.
Right.
What about Feeble Mind?
Again, that's a single creature, I'm afraid.
I thought
Space
so.
storm?
How about Ear-Piercing Scream?
That would work.
Do you have the exact text in front of you?
Potentially. Give me 1 second.
I need to figure out if the target is like 1 5-foot space or if it's one creature. Because again, if it's one creature, then unfortunately,
Target is one creature.
so
Everything I have is the same.
Do you still have Sleet Storm?
I don't have Sleet Storm.
Okay.
Lockhart argued me to drop that.
Oh, hang on. Glitter Dust. What does that do?
Makes invisible things visible.
Alex, all.
I guess technically glitter dust could work.
But it doesn't do anything.
It would make them blind. That being said, I'm not sure blind would do a whole lot if they know where you were last standing.
How about Web?
Web might be interesting.
That would be interesting, though. Unfortunately, I believe that they cannot be grappled.
Does Web grapple or does it entangle?
Grapples.
No.
The text in front of me says.
Yeah, speak Abyssal. I can parlay with him.
Creatures caught within a web become grappled by the sticky fibers.
Hmm.
Does it actually say you make a grapple check, though? Or is it an entangled effect? It makes all the difference right now. As we all look through books
If
here.
the save succeeds, the creature is inside the web but is otherwise unaffected. If the save fails, creature gains the grappled condition but
So
can
then,
break
yes.
free by making a combat maneuver check.
So
yeah.
yeah. So they could indeed escape a web.
Anything other? Oh, I can do lightning bolt.
You could do lightning bolts. The party is in a very bad position right now for lightning
I don't
bolts.
think that's going to work so well.
Though I suppose you could walk into the room standing beside Demir and lightning bolt them.
Hmm.
Let's have a look. I've got black tentacles. That's an area effect.
Also grapple.
Oh, for God's sake! Well, we need to find something so that I can do stuff to stupid little
Wand of
sword.
burning hands or something. Yeah.
That's
Well,
sick.
they're resistant to fire, apparently.
I have a wand. I'm sure I have a wand. What do I have a wand of?
What do I have a wand of?
Witches can learn burning hands. I don't believe Juniper knows it or has it prepared in either event.
No.
I haven't. Let me have a look. What else I've got going on here?
I think in general you probably are quite limited to just lightning bolt. But if you wish to continue,
Oh, well, I was going to look at my prehensile hair.
Unfortunately, again, that will just be a weapon, and weapons will not have much effect against these things either.
Okay, what about magic missile?
Again, it's a target.
Okay, I cast lightning bolt.
You want to move first unless you want to hit all your party with it first.
I will move to wherever it is.
Is lightning bolt going to work against a swarm, or is it still one target?
It's area of effect. It's a line.
Yeah.
It'll take out 2 of these.
It'll kill what?
Bunches of
Two
swarms.
wasps.
Well, I mean, it'll be a 5 area. It'll work. It's area of effect. It's fine. She's shooting a lightning bolt through a cloud of them.
What else
Yes,
can I?
me.
What else
Nothing.
No.
Nothing.
Well then, I can stand at the back and just do nothing.
Oh, come and lightning bolt this thing.
Oh, then.
Please take care of the nasty wasps for us, Juniper.
Is that where I need to be?
Yes, that is where you need to be.
Okay. Do I need to roll for lightning bolt?
You do not. They get a reflex save.
Which they will, of course, fail.
Of course they will. No?
Did they mention that this
A
room is
20,
lined
a
with
20
weird metal?
might fail. What is the save needed for a level 3 spell?
I don't know. Do I know that?
What's the DC?
Let me see.
It should be 10
It's
plus
going to
the
be
spell
close.
level. I think they might have made it by 1.
Yeah, it may be 19 they need.
Plus your casting stat. Yeah.
Bonuses.
It's 10 plus a spell level, which is 3, plus your intelligence modifier.
Which is
Which is
6.
6 now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so they do succeed. So you can roll your damage.
And then you get half, right?
And then it bounces to the rest of the party.
Yeah, I loved it when lightning bolts bounced.
I can't use that general macro thing, can I? I have to put the old-fashioned one.
Yeah, you have to do
Yeah.
/R space whatever number of d6s it is.
9d6.
Can't find
Nice.
flash button. Where's it at?
It'll be a good attack.
It'll be a good attack, even at half
The
damage.
unfortunate thing is you only have 1 of them, I believe. Could
So,
be wrong.
how many d6 am I doing?
9.
9.
Did you prepare more than 1 lightning bolt, Lindsay, or did you just have a spare slot?
It's a wand.
No, she's
Oh.
casting it.
Lightning bolt, I have, let me see. I've got too many bits of paper. It's pissing me off now. I can't see how many. I definitely learned at least 1 and had a spare slot in that.
Yes, that's what I believe, though. You have a spare slot, not a second lightning bolt already prepared.
Oh no, I do. I have 2 lightning bolts.
Do you have 2 lightning bolts?
2 lightning bolts, a dispel magic, and a spare slot.
Good work.
Very good. All right, so yes, roll that damage. Because I was kind of say, well, depending on how this goes, you might have been rather screwed without it.
Yeah.
31. Nice
So it takes
nice in
half.
the middle of the roadie.
Then let me see.
Asshole.
Does that mean 15 on each square?
No.
No?
No.
So the swarm just takes it as a standard, not every square that's impacted by the bolt.
What they get is a 50% increase on damage. So
Huh?
they took 22 points.
Ah,
Just like they took 7 points from your sound burst.
Okay, I see. So area effect affects them slightly more,
Yes.
but you don't get to bugger them up like affecting every section of them.
No. But
I
I mean,
gotcha.
if you remove the 50% and did something, it could work. But even so,
Makes sense.
Sorry is unconscious on the ground. Gorham.
I pour a bucket of oil over my head, set myself on fire, and walk into the swarm. No,
A torch can be turned into a weapon against a swarm. That being said,
Yeah,
Juniper might have mentioned something about fire. I can't really recall.
yeah. And since I don't carry most of that stuff,
I remember saying that.
Right. Hey, you've got that rod that would let you turn your lightning bolt into a cold bolt.
What rod?
The
Rod
metamagic
of lesser, yeah,
elemental.
lesser rod of metamagic elemental.
Oh, okay. I've not noticed that right now.
I don't know whether they're susceptible to cold. Probably not.
Oh,
She does not know any susceptibility to cold.
Yeah.
is it worth me swinging my sword at them?
It's always worth it. You might get a crit.
hey, nobody gets a free ride in this party. Bring your
Okay.
sword.
If he crits on it and acid splashes them, does that count for damage?
No.
No? That's
Well,
even
actually, I suppose it would.
because it's a burst, right?
I suppose. Well, no. Regardless, it's not a weapon damage. It's elemental at that point. So yes, I
Yeah.
suppose that would do some damage to it.
And his standard acid on his weapon?
Yes. Just the acid damage.
Get
All
in
right.
there, Gorham. Wallop him. Big
I
crit
assume
time.
Blessing of Fervor still isn't up, so
It is up.
It is up.
So-
Yeah, it's
Last
no-
9 rounds. You're good. You're good for a good while.
all right. Taking the extra attack, I guess, since they're
What extra attack? Oh,
That's
that's what you're taking. Okay. Yeah, you were able to just 5-foot step forward, weren't you?
yeah.
All right. So go on. Roll some dice. Let's see.
Well,
Let's see how Gorham does.
Oh. Are you power attacking this swarm? Because at this point it doesn't really make sense. You just need to hit it.
Oh yeah. So I'd be what +2 for my normal
No,
attack.
you nothing to this one because this one has
Okay.
no penalty. To
Oh,
it.
that's right. Yeah.
So this one is a hit.
Oh, okay.
Yay!
Second, or the extra attack.
I guess they're pretty good.
That
Same
is
thing.
also a hit with the same 24.
Goddamn dice roller.
Yeah, you say that when they're hitting, Hal. You'll give it the wrong idea.
I mean, it just rolls the same every time.
Yeah. And the third, no.
No,
Probably not.
that one will not hit unless does that one have a penalty built into it?
For the power attack. Yeah.
It does.
I believe it does because it's my second attack of 2 attack round.
Let's see. You have
I know what your homework is this week, Tim.
nine.
To figure out what those macros
11.
do.
How? Well, I
Yes,
guess
I know.
that would be about right. You drop a 9 bonus on it, so 5. And then are you at a -4 for power attack now? That doesn't sound right.
Doesn't sound right.
This attack seems too low, or your other one seems too high.
Yeah, one or the other. The other one's just a straight +20, and this
Dang,
one's like,
we didn't look over your
this one's like
stuff.
15 different numbers.
You helped me figure that out the first time, so
I did. I don't know where these numbers are coming from now. That was months ago. In any event, I guess if you that's only a +11, so you must factor in the power attack. So that will be 3 hits actually.
all right.
That being said, none of them are crits, so that's only 3d6 acid damage, I believe,
Hey,
right?
that's still 3d6 damage, look at.
It is. It is.
Which isn't bad for a fighter against a swarm.
No, but these
That's
probably have
true.
like 154 points or something.
That's pretty good.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Small sizzle.
There their numbers are being somewhat reduced.
Good.
Alex,
Does she have any area effects?
no. She's probably just gonna stay in the back and just be at the ready.
Can she not just sing a jolly song at them or something?
No, she doesn't sing. She's lucky.
Yeah, only for herself so far, I've noticed.
Well, that's kind of how luck goes. How often have you heard of luck being for other people?
So this bard archetype takes that whole I'm a friendly bard that supports the party and turns you into an asshole. I like that.
Archaeologist. One might say an Indiana Jones type archaeologist. So that sounds pretty accurate.
You're aware you're saying that to the two archaeologists, right?
Yeah.
We know where you live.
Yeah.
We
When I
will-
get a knock on the door, Lockhart.
So Alex just turns
she-
invisible and
she has I think a saving finale spell that she'll be kind of prepared to cast in case someone gets hit with a status effect.
Hmm.
But at the moment, with everyone nice and hardy, there's not too much she can do. And the swarm.
I guard all my orifices.
We'll go to engulf. Oh dear.
Yeah, I've lost the swarm, Lockhart. Ah, they've grown!
Uh,
Are they going for the
So-
unconscious person? Since they can infest unconscious, or are they?
I think they've just made an L shape, so they're covering us all.
Oh, great.
I just need to check. Is there one underneath Gorm? Yes, there is.
Oh, wonderful. I'm clenching.
I just need to put them on the right layer so I can see them.
Clenching.
I just need to put them all to front. So that when I move them, they don't disappear underneath your guys' tokens. So yes, they form something of an upside down L as they go to engulf Gorum, Demir, and Juniper, who can all take. Let's just roll it. 3D.
Hello?
It cut him off when he started typing.
Yeah,
So you guys can all take 9 points of damage and make me a Fortitude save.
No, I don't want to.
I want to make one.
Yes.
16.
13.
Oh my.
You're not
Well,
good at this stuff, Lockhart.
It's going to be paralysis or something, probably.
are you
I
keeping
think
in
it's
mind the +2
nausea.
from heroism?
Oh yeah, not factoring that in. 15.
Lindsay?
14.
For that
Oh,
check.
extra. With extra. What am I adding extra?
No, only Hal gets to add, unfortunately. So let me just figure out which one she wants to use then. She is helpful. Just her things only come into effect when you're actually not doing that well. So Let me see. So what did you actually roll for that? You rolled a 7. She can do two things. She can either use where was it? Saving Finale, which is a level 1 spell, which would end her performance and allow
Hang fire.
one to re-roll a saving throw. Or
Lockhart, I believe a Battlefield Clarity might help me shrug this off.
what does Battlefield Clarity do?
Don't know, I can't read it.
I'd be hard pressed to think it applies to poison.
Oh, was it poison? Then
Yes.
probably not.
There's poison, but you can check it. The other one is Gallant Inspiration, a level 2 spell, which allows one target to roll an extra 2d4 bonus to the check retroactively.
Yeah, Battlefield
Oh,
Clarity is-
sorry, never mind. That only applies to attack roll and skill check. I saving for, and I suppose she used it on her lead because
Can't hear right now.
Can you
That's
not keep
because that's because I'm searching battlefield clarity. I apologize.
Okay, well, stop.
I've
Somebody else
stopped.
needs to search things for you.
Sorry. I was basically saying that she is going to use Saving Finale to end her own luck and give Demir another chance to reroll his save.
That's a big waste of effort because I'm pretty certain I'll fluff it, but I can do that. Thank you. I will try again. Fort, right?
It's
Yeah.
Fort.
25.
Yeah. Say a waste of effort.
I like that. Feel my not poisonedness. Hey, I've got basically nothing against poison. How good is that?
So Demir fights off the poison. Unfortunately, Juniper and Gorham do not. So Juniper can take 4 points of dexterity damage.
Oh.
No. How do I do that and why and what?
You can just write that next to your dexterity.
It's not picked up
Okay.
the sound yet. There it goes. Sound's back.
Well, if we're using my sound, does it really matter if it picks up the sound?
Well, it might be okay to use.
I guess. I honestly haven't listened to them from your end.
No, I haven't either, to be honest. Some of them are bad.
When people want to ask Hal to look something up, don't.
Yeah, apparently it crashes out our entire side of the system.
I'm going to start having my advanced player's handbook ready beside me.
I've got mine on my shelf. I could just go get it, but then
Yes, you could.
Hang on, I'm getting it. Hold on, I've got it.
So Lindsay, you
Yeah.
have 4 point dexterity. If your dexterity damage equals your dexterity score, you are paralyzed and helpless, and it's a bad thing.
Okay, I didn't
Yeah.
understand that or hear some of it. So I know I've got dex something. What do I need to write next to it?
Dexterity damage, you have 4 points.
Okay, so which number am I taking that off?
You don't take it off, just write it beside.
Okay.
It's temporary, sweetie.
I know that, but I have a temp score and a temp modifier, which is why I was asking.
Temp score.
The thing is, damage goes from the bottom up.
That makes. I don't know what that means.
Sorry, I froze briefly there.
I don't know.
What it means is for each 2 points of damage, there's a -1 modifier to anything related to that score.
Okay, so I have 2 negatives. You said
have
AC and something else.
You have a -2 to AC and anything Dex related, which is your initiative and Dex skill checks.
Reflex save.
And reflex saves, yes. So Gorham only has 1 point, so he's actually currently not taking any penalties. Woohoo! For now.
Almighty.
I can't find AC on this fucking sheet at all. I hate this sheet now.
Sorry, Bear. We'll get you a different one.
And while they're figuring that out, it will be Demir's turn. So Demir can make me a Fortitude save.
Hooray!
So then you just got to burn us all with a wall of fire.
Demir is able to avoid the horrible, horrible feeling of these insects crawling over every inch of his body.
He 5-foot steps out of them.
All right.
Do you want me to wall of fire them?
Be bloody effective.
Yes.
Because they're basically immune to fire.
I thought they were just resistant to fire.
I don't wall of fire does enough damage.
You'll never know unless you try it.
What's the way?
You'll never know unless you try it.
I'll never know unless I try it. I'm not going to try it.
I'm haunting you if I die.
You're going to be fine, you big woman.
Damage-wise, you guys haven't taken too much for them.
Not yet.
You're in actually not too bad of a setup.
What's the range on sound burst again, Lockhart?
10-foot burst. Oh,
Crap. Yeah, 10-foot burst. You're not in a great position at all for it right now.
That's about all I've got to damage these things with.
Hmm?
What else have I got?
I don't know. Probably
Nothing.
not a lot.
Not a lot.
fire,
What have I got that can boost your saves? Prayer? Will that boost their saves?
Prayer would boost a save, yes.
We'll cast prayer on the
Would,
party.
technically, I think drop its AC by 1 as well.
Yeah, I'll cast prayer on the party.
Or maybe it doesn't affect AC. So prayer.
I'm actually getting my core rulebook now, Lockhart.
Okay, so prayer.
We're going old school. Oh, it feels so nice to have a book in my hand.
plus
This
1
is-
on attack roll, damage, weapon damage roll, save, skill checks.
What kind of bonus is it thing?
Luck bonus.
It's a luck. So that'll stack with everything.
Good.
And what's the negative? Is there a negative to AC?
Uh,
No,
minus
no,
1 on penalty on rolls for the foes.
I suppose technically it gets a -1 on its damage rolls.
Yes,
Yeah.
and its attacks, and its saves, and its skill checks.
It doesn't make attacks. I suppose saves might be relevant.
Yeah.
Okay, so Demir prays, and there is a general feeling of goodness in the room.
Feel my goodness.
Juniper needs to make me a fortitude save.
Really?
Yes. Unfortunately, you have wasps stinging and crawling all over you. It is not pleasant at all.
Nice.
23.
And
24.
Juniper is able to resist it like the hardcore tiefling she is.
Nice work.
And what's she gonna do?
I don't know. I'm at
You-
negatives for certain things, but I don't think that.
You may want to step out of the swarm at some point.
Yeah, 5 foot out.
Also, one more thing to keep in mind is that at some point during your turn, you will have to make a save versus more poison.
Okay.
At some point during her turn.
Yes,
The
you
multi-save
are-
poison.
You are allowed to choose. Unfortunately, you cannot step through the wall.
Oh,
She has Zorn blood.
right.
You-
Uh,
1 down, probably.
yeah.
Firebolt, a lightning bolt upwards.
Lightning
or to the
bolt.
side. Yeah, either works.
Yeah, or to the side. Lightning
Okay.
bolt them again.
All right,
Alright.
another lightning bolt. So it makes its reflex save, which is 1 lower than before,
Ah,
due to the power of prayer.
feel my prayers. Oh,
20 saves. Yes, a 20 still saves. They rolled 20 last time, didn't they?
yeah, it's 19. They're dead on her. They're dead on her save.
So that being said, even so, it was a decent amount. So
Actually, it does half then, or whatever. Half plus half, because they're.
So is it 9d6 again?
Yep,
yes,
it's a nice big number.
So they take half for making their save, and then plus 25% because they're area effect things, or
plus 50%.
It's
whatever.
the same. It's the same again.
It
30.
is.
The same damage.
Oh, it was 31 last time, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but when you half it and stuff.
No.
So there is a significant number that dropped down, electrified, and burnt to the ground.
Yay.
Yay, indeed.
That being said, there's still quite a swarm of them. Asari's on the ground. Gorum.
Come on, Gorm.
5-foot step out, and
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Back up a little bit. Rewind.
Fortitude
Juniper
save?
needs to make me a fortitude save for poison.
Okay.
If there's
ongoing poison effect.
I'm really bad for missing poison. I should almost start doing markers,
Hmm.
especially when combat's over. I
What
let
we
my
need is
guard
that-
down.
Wand of
Oh dear.
Do I get an extra one from
prayer.
Alston?
You do get an extra 1. That being said, a 15 is still not a successful save. Crap.
We're gonna have to eviscerate everybody or scarificate.
I have lesser restoration.
Did you sell that?
I
You
don't
sell the
remember.
scarificator.
I think Lindsay has the scarificator.
Didn't we say we were going to sell it?
Or did we? Did we sell it?
I thought you might have stole that for the Ion Stone.
That might be.
Maybe.
Is it
Did.
still there?
I don't know.
That is another 4 points of dexterity damage to Juniper.
Juniper's a klutz.
It is getting hard to move your limbs. You're
Yeah.
all clumsy and disoriented.
Like, help me.
How many you got left?
I don't really understand how to work it out.
What is your normal dexterity score, Lindsay?
18.
Your dexterity, is it at 18?
Yeah.
It probably is, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
it
you're
is.
actually not too bad. You're just like an average person now.
Yeah, you feel like a normal commoner. You're like, how do people live like this?
So everything of minus that was -2 before is now -4.
Correct.
Right.
So it is now Gorham's turn, who
Oh,
is starting us off with a fortitude save to resist the crawling insects. And wouldn't it just be funny if the tough half-orc could not stand ants in his pants?
26 with the.
Oh, he can. With sheer might, Gorham resists.
Yeah, might.
Step back and hack at the swarm 3 times.
Gorham
Right.
resists with mere
You-
shite.
You are also getting a +1 bonus to your attack from the power of prayer.
Alright.
Feel prayer. Ah.
I'll be back in a second.
All
Not
right,
a crit threat, but
Yeah, that is one hit.
Go on, Gorham. Finish him up.
That is a second hit.
and
Oh, is
Crit.
that a crit threat?
Crit threat.
yep, that would
Do it
be
again. Do it again. Do it again.
no.
Oh no.
Still 3 good hits.
6.
Go on. Let's put them down. They've took a good damage.
Yeah. Will that be another D10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 points.
6.
That was an appallingly bad roll.
It
What
was,
do you
it
expect
was
this
about
to-
average, really. One lower than average.
Really?
Average would have been what?
Between 3 and 18.
7.5? Or sorry.
Average
No,
would have been
I guess it would have been 9. wouldn't it?
10.5.
Yeah, I'm getting a little close. Okay, so it's a low roll, but that's how it works. So Alex is going to have to use another round of luck to have her saving finale ready for whoever needs it.
Oh, do I need to make another save for the
yes.
ongoing
See,
poison?
I told you I'm bad for poison. Thank you. Get a +1 on this roll. Hey, you resist.
30.
Got a +1 on this roll for the power of prayer.
Shush. I may not seem not as magnanimous if I just am reminding people of it.
Of what's actually there.
Mhm.
I like that.
And fortunately,
God, Swarm.
Swarm, that being said, I believe you've now positioned yourself where it can't split up to attack 3 people at once.
Yeah, that's the plan.
So, here's the question. No, it's not going to have the buy. That takes too long.
Who looks tasty.
Oh, we lost a Hal.
Maybe they should go back after the halfling.
Tempting, but there's not really much left there. Not a lot of meat on the bones. I think who've actually the most.
And who they stole. Right.
Well, that's relevant.
You might just not say anything for a few seconds. Pulls back properly
Yes.
because everything that you just said.
It's true, but he's not being targeted right now, so it's not hugely important.
No, what I meant
It's a
was
fair point. Yes.
that we can't hear what you're saying.
You can't hear me at all?
When you and Thing were just speaking then, as Hal was logging the thing back on, him doing that means that it cuts out all the audio for a few seconds.
Ah, I guess that's right. Your connection is straining. And I
I'm
haven't
back.
heard- Ah, there. We have a Hal back.
Thank you, baby.
Yes.
Hey, they've left me the hell alone.
Yes. They're going for the people who are significantly damaging them.
Thanks for that.
So we will do a 3d6 -1. There's no save to it, is there? To the power prayer.
No,
No.
no, there's no save.
All right. So it is 3d6 minus 1 because I guess technically
Power
it's a
pro.
weapon. I might just be throwing you guys a bone, but so
No,
10
it says from damage, right? It doesn't say
says
from
weapon
damage.
damage. Is
Well,
swarm damage?
I'm sure they've got pointy teeth and shit.
Their weapon.
So that's 10 points to Gorham and Juniper. Oh.
Coming back faster.
Okay. Now that's odd. I'm hearing echoes from Lindsay.
It's like the extra mic's on.
Hello.
I don't think I'm echoing.
You are. Your bar is going up.
When we're talking.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I
do not know what happened.
Lindsay might need to drop something back in.
Okay.
Sorry, love.
My poor adamantium DR
So
not
what was
protecting
that?
me.
I don't know what the hell happened there. So me coming back in caused Lindsay to echo.
I have no idea how that
You
could
have to-
even be possible.
You have to do something about those gypsies you pissed off.
I know, right? They just sat outside in their wagon staring at me with their big bulging eyes.
I suppose that's the. I don't think your armor does help because again, this isn't typed at all. They can pretty much just bypass it and go straight pinching you and stuff underneath.
I think that's the point of a swarm, isn't it? They creep in through the gaps.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's 3/ not 3/ something. No, I know.
No.
I had to try.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, sweetie.
It sounds better now. Thank you,
was
Lindsay.
telling me I didn't have a microphone at all, so that's why I was checking.
You don't have a microphone at all, but before you logged off, you had two, apparently.
Yeah. Unfortunately, again, with damage comes poison.
So I've just taken another 10 points of damage.
Yeah, yes. You have taken another 10 points of damage from the swarm, and we need fortitude saves against more poison.
For both of us,
Yes.
28.
Yay!
Aura resists.
23. Or 24.
Juniper resists.
Don't forget the
Very
power
good.
of prayer, people.
Yes, don't forget the power prayer. And with that, it will be Demir's turn.
Damir's looking for options right now that might help.
I think
Wall of
you
fire
could
down the center of the room.
technically, since Gorm's move, you could technically soundburst that one there.
That
just
one
aiming
down the side. Sure, let's blow soundburst on them. Boom.
Because I suppose we did figure out it can actually still be affected by it.
Boom.
So
3 points of damage. Feel my power.
you do a little bit of damage, and it completely resists any ill effect.
We're gonna have to go back to those 3 ladies and rest.
Shit, right. Please massage us with your pointy knives.
Spiky chains.
Trey.
All right. So anything else for Demir, or just soundburst?
I do a little dance. Actually, I'm going to 5-foot step closer to Juniper in case she needs healing.
Okay. Good move.
Does that put me in a shitty position? No, I'm pretty good there. We're good.
You're not bad as long as Gorm kind of stays down there. They still can't really get up unless they want to go for you for some reason. But Juniper. So first, make a fortitude save to resist the nasty effect of them crawling on your skin. To say nothing about the fact that they're trying to bite and eat their way into your skin.
19.
That is successful.
Hey, power of prayer.
Meanwhile, while Alex isn't watching the orrery.
Nom, 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 nom.
No, that would be mean.
Would, right?
So yes, it is Juniper's turn. That being said, limits to what you can do at this point, I believe.
I'd like not to be stood where I'm stood.
You can move.
Which one's Hal's character?
North of you.
Yes. That handsome, dashing man.
That's right. Feel my dashingness. Yeah. Hello.
Hello?
Slow?
I can't see the camera when you say hello, Hal.
Sorry,
Oh,
no, she's come up to see me.
I gotcha.
I don't really know what I can do. I can't cast
Yes.
spells.
Unfortunately, I think you're kind of done there with your 2 lightning bolts cast.
Can I use my cure lightning? Cure lightning. Light room
Yeah, you could pull out your wand and give yourself a tap if you want.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Boo.
How many?
What are the ones do you have?
That and magic missile.
Hmm.
How many?
1d8 plus 1 if it's cure light wounds.
Ha! 15.
Hey.
What?
15?
How did you roll 15?
Oh no.
Oh, it's not 1D. Oh, I see. No, you can't use the general roll for that.
No.
Oh, okay. No.
You
Okay.
actually rolled. I don't know
Well,
what the hell you rolled.
Confusing. I think she rolled a variable addition.
Yeah.
I didn't roll using the macro though. I don't know what. I
Or maybe
typed.
she just rolled a straight d20.
So what am I? Tell me again. Slash R.
/R space 1d8 plus 1.
That's what
But in the chat, not whatever pops up.
I know.
There we go.
Put it. I didn't
you-
put the thing that popped up. I put it in the chat.
The 15 would be better.
Yeah. 3 sucks.
So there's a bit of healing, and then you'll need to make your fortitude save against poison.
Oh, shit.
How many saves do you need to clean the poison out of your system?
2 consecutive, and that does not count when you're getting injured with more poison.
23.
Hey, that's 1. Sorry, sits there. Gorum!
I guess I'll 5-foot step out of the swarm. Probably.
Oh, sorry. Fortitude save to see if you can so easily do that.
17.
That will not. And at this point, we really want Gorm attacking, I think, because otherwise he's nauseated, which is just a move action for your turn.
Well, this would just
So-
be my second dose of venom, right? Or
No. This is against the distraction effect. This is to have your full action. Otherwise, you're nauseated for a turn. You can only take a move action.
oh, great.
So I believe Alex will use her saving finale to allow you to re-roll that.
Thanks, Alex. 26.
Yes, you're able to take a full action, full turn.
See, if I 5-foot step up, then we're in bad swarm position again, probably.
You're going to have to go south.
Yeah. Well, that way I can just step through the door.
Right, and into whatever lies beyond.
Yes,
Nothing
exactly.
horrible could be beyond the door.
Oh,
I will take the extra attack and swing at the swarm 3 times.
come on,
Right.
thing. You can put it down. You can't have that many hit points left. It's
Ooh,
good.
Is that a crit threat?
that is a crit threat.
Ooh.
Do it. Do
Roll
it.
confirm?
Hey!
That is a roll confirm. All right, second attack
Kaboom splash. Oh, hello.
will hit. Not crit.
And third.
Still good. Come on.
Yep.
Full house.
Will
threat.
hit with a crit threat.
Oh!
confirm.
All right, so that's
Ooh.
3d6 plus 2d10, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Sounds like good damage to me. Gorham. Gorham.
Slash boom.
Oh, that's nice. 30 damage. Good rolls.
So with that, in the sudden burst of flurry of swipes with acid just flying everywhere, the swarm is now so diminished that it just kind of buzzes away. A few of them finding solace in the hive work and generally disperses.
Very good.
Turn the hive work.
I told you there was some papery
Oh,
hive stuff.
we better search it for treasure then.
Search it for treasure. And gut all those little
That
insects.
being said,
Um,
unfortunately, before we get out of initiatives here, there's
What
some
can I do to
initiative
help
poison being
people who
done.
have poisoned, Lockhart?
It's still Gorm's turn, who now has to make a check against poison.
29.
Hey, go Gorm.
And Gorm is now cleared of poison.
What can I do to help Juniper? Will Lesser Restoration at this point help her?
Lesser Restoration will deal with the damage. It will not necessarily help her make future saves.
Right. So
for that,
prayer is still.
just see if it can be done as one turn out.
Here,
It's fine.
Sounds good to me.
just me and Hal that can't hear.
Yeah.
First of all, it's Aaron, who was kind of Juno thing, as well as various from the number.
There's a single word that Lockhart is saying.
Hello?
That's better.
Well, it's better for you. It's not better for Lindsay unless she says hello back.
I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. So, Alex, seeing Juniper wobbling and with a number of swollen bumps from the number of stings she's gotten, and that the general threat is gone, is going to step forward and is going to attempt to assist in the healing of the poison.
Very good.
And while this all goes on, I will search the halfling.
I'm just going to make sure that this can be done untrained. I think it can be. Yeah. So, it's not a very good check, but anything that could potentially be a bonus.
I can try and intimidate the poison.
That is just good enough. So, on Juniper's next turn, she gets a +4 bonus to her saving throw against the poison.
What's that from?
Alex's successful heal check.
Oh, that's good. And +1 from the prayer.
And +1 from the prayer.
Don't forget the power of prayer, Lockhart.
Come on, Juniper.
Mira's turn.
I cast guidance on her to give her an additional +1 to
What
competence. Competence.
Competence.
To
I
her
guess that's
saving
probably-
throw.
Yeah.
Hey?
So Juniper's turn. I don't think you really have too much you can do yourself to help other than just make your save, really.
Okay, so
So you're making your save. You get a +4 bonus from the heal check, +1 from prayer, and +1 from guidance, for a total of +6 on your regular fortitude save.
Go on, dude.
to 15.
Big numbers.
That would be 18.
Okay. So Alex will then cast an additional level 1 spell to allow you a saving finale to re-roll that.
Good idea, right?
Does she still get the same bonuses?
Yep. It's a re-roll.
Nice.
Hey!
There we go. And with yeah, she saved last round too, I believe.
Yes, she did.
So yes, that will be healed from poison as well.
Yay! Good work, little dude.
So did I
Thanks.
manage to completely strip the halfling while they were busy with Juniper?
In 6 seconds, that's plenty of
What?
time, right?
Quite possibly.
I still have all my minuses.
You do, but you're not taking any more at the moment. And I think Demir is capable of getting those bonuses down relatively quickly.
Yeah, I've got a few I have 5 casts of Lesser Restoration I can do.
And Hal, you thought my bard build wasn't going to be helpful to the party.
That was pretty helpful.
Pretty helpful, yeah.
Pretty helpful. Pretty
Just
helpful.
To say nothing of the constant heroism on you and Alex.
Yeah, I'm liking that. That's a good thing.
All right, so what do we want to do? Heal the damage?
Yeah, let's heal the damage.
Or do
Search
you
shield
want-
damage and
Well, let's just do one first to start with.
So we're doing casting lesser restoration.
Someone could be casting that, yes.
Would that be a good
There's
path? Should we do
also,
that first?
a potential potion. Alex actually will pull one out labeled lesser restoration from her backpack and offer it to Juniper if she wants it.
Nice.
It smells like blueberries.
Yeah.
What does it do?
It will to cure E4 ability damage.
Hey, Laurie.
It will allow you to cure 1/4 ability damage.
I heard ability damage. That was it.
It lets you roll 1d4 and cures your ability damage.
So. 1d4. 4.
Hey!
So now you're only down to 4 dexterity now.
Cool.
Your joints somewhat better. Your fingers are quick. So that's potion.
I cast lesser restoration on her.
All right. Cast away.
Done.
Nice to me.
He chants for a few rounds and
My glowing hands alight upon your shoulder.
Ooh.
And look at my new boots I've always had.
I'm waiting for it.
2.
Oh, the potion of is strong and Demir's.
Assume it could have been the greed. Now, be serious here. You
But
could
it
have
was friend.
you could have
I think you party.
it again.
I'm going to assume that right now, I'm just hearing a random bit clicked, but
Holy
I-
crap!
hear what anybody's saying.
Well, 1 point of ability damage is no.
You can't hear it all in the.
Oh, I can possibly hear you again. There you go.
Okay, we're still good then.
I'm not searching anything on the net or anything. I'm literally using books, so not me.
I got Hal's roll of 2, and then I didn't hear anything after that.
And that roll of 1 is also for you. So
Yes.
we are still one shot. Gorham, did you lose
So
as well?
No,
But
I
Gorham
lost 1 point.
Yes, 1 point. However, again, because of the way damage works, it adds
Mhm.
up. So currently, 1 point is not a problem.
so I have 2 castings left of lesser restoration, so I could max them both out if you want.
You could, but again, no.
Okay. That, and if I have to at the end of the day, you were.
Alternatively, regular day we're doing damage as well. But of course, if you
And these gloves, yes. Oh,
stop saying things that are going to be true.
I have to say I totally missed that true thing because I didn't hear a thing said.
I haven't been able to hear properly for the past few minutes. I'm going to close this and come back, and I'm going to turn my video.
It's too sweetie too.
Oh,
can't-
my,
Seeing Hal.
It's not just you. Oh,
yeah. Again, I don't know if you can hear me well, but turning off the video might help because
did she have her video running?
she did.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll wait just a little to get back, but yes, suffice.
Hang on.
Will fit.
Ooh.
Doo-doo, you're waiting for me.
Yes, waiting for it alone.
We,
There she comes.
we need to think of filling air conversation topics. I can make a deck for it.
It's
I
bad
need
for this.
someone.
It's gonna have to be you and Thing because it's bad.
Yeah, I pretty well.
Drops.
Oh, yeah. I think we might just have to go to Skype until they can get the Comcast man to do something for them.
Yeah, probably.
I'm here. I can hear you.
Are you back with us now?
I am back in the room.
Turned off my
Okay.
everything.
Can you hear us all right?
Yeah, I can right now.
All right, good. All right, so um, as I was saying, so during all this, because it actually does take a little while. Lesser restoration is a 3-round thing, so it's been a half a minute that Demir has been standing there curing up the horrible looking bug bites on Juniper, and of course Gorham has just been nonchalantly looking at the halfling body, which is at this point really just a bag of bones with a skin husk around it, pretty much.
Mm.
Well, it'll make all the lootable parts stand out all the better if it's,
Lootable parts.
But indeed, what seems to be catching Gorham's eye is he has a very shiny set of stud leather armor on that small body.
Hmm.
In addition, his boots are nice red leather and have a very jaunty look to them.
Ooh.
Jaunty
And-
red boots.
And as Gorham pulls them off and holds them in his hand, they kind of resize to be Gorham foot sized.
Nice.
As far as the armor, what is it percentile? Is it 25%?
Oh, for resizing.
Yes. I'm trying to check if it's 20 or 25%.
I remember.
Sizes.
Hey, dog. It's okay.
Not that I'm particularly interested in stud leather armor, but
But it might be good to know. Might not be bad for your bard, possibly. I'd have to actually check it out. Armor. Resizing. Unusual creatures. Shields. Cast level. I'm just going to say 25%. So if this is 25 or below, no,
no.
it stays small as Gorham takes it off the body. And yes, he is also resting the skull on a backpack filled with quite a few large books. They have such titles as the Dungeons of the Asylum Stone, the Forest of Legend, Greed, Power or Corruption.
50 Shades of Grey.
No, that has nothing to do with the topics of these books. Absolutely nothing. But yeah, the collection of books.
The Headless Horseman and you.
Yeah. It's about 10 pounds of books. Is Gorham flipping through them, or?
Sure. See if they're in any of the 3 languages I read.
They would be in common. So they're some of them are untitled and appear to be fairly well kept and highly annotated volumes or journals that he was working on. A lot of them relate to Thessalonian lore, with lots of tabs and bookmarks about information pertaining to Karamega's Undercity. Essentially, the collection of books will grant a +2 circumstance bonus on any knowledge history check related to Karamega, Karzog, Lord of Greed, or the Dark Forest.
Nice.
So one of you knowledge-y type peoples probably.
I'm guessing that's going to be a Juniper.
Alex probably also walks over and flips through them after seeing that Juniper is made better by the potion and Demir's magic.
Yay.
Demir's prayer, sorry.
Yay.
So yes, anything else?
I could either on the boots and see what they do, or try and identify them.
This is true. You could do those.
They're probably not cursed.
Perhaps their boots of turning half-orcs into halflings.
And then I can wear the armor. Perfect.
Hey! Always look on the bright side.
Well, he didn't turn into a half orc when I took him off him.
Yeah, but maybe he'd work on corpses. I think it would be wise if you let Juniper take a look at those before you put them on.
All right.
What am I looking at?
A pair of red shiny boots that he's found.
Okay. Am I looking at them with any particular?
Cast detect magic on them and then spellcraft them.
Yes, to allow you to identify their magical properties. Possibly.
Okay, detect magic.
Boom.
They are indeed magical, as is the armor, as well as the bracers Hisari is wearing, and something in her pocket.
Oh. You'd think to check her.
Do I have hold of them while I'm?
You do have to have hold of them, or to be very close to them to inspect them, to identify the magical properties. Usually holding them and turning them around your hands is the best, usually.
I could slip something out of the pocket if I am careful then.
Yes, currently you're being handed shoes, though.
Okay. Well, you said that.
You're just seeing all the magic auras in the room.
Yes.
That's why I was asking if that had to.
Yes, you get to see where all the magical auras are, but currently you're being handed shoes.
Okay. Yes, these shoes are magical.
Ooh, what kind of magic shoes did I find?
What kind of magic shoes have I got?
Magic shoes are running away.
Oh, useful.
You can make a spell check to determine the actual property of them.
I'm speaking, no one can hear me, so it's getting really.
It is a bit tricky at times. Kind of fade in and out.
Well, the thing is that you lot don't even notice when I can't hear you or when I'm not coming across. So.
Oh, nice.
That is the unfortunate thing, yes.
It's getting kind of awful because even when I am here, you can't hear me.
Oh.
I'm thinking we'll be pretty good for tonight. But I'm thinking next time it probably would just be good to go straight to Skype unless something like Comcast specifically says something different.
Yeah, I'm hoping by next time Comcast has resolved this. I actually have a line to a woman at their executive care center who literally never answers her goddamn phone. And then she calls me back, and every time I can't answer my goddamn phone. So we've been playing tag for the past week and a half. I called her 3 times today. Guess what she didn't do?
Call back.
Answer her goddamn phone.
Yes. So, a juniper, you are able to identify them as boots of striding and springing.
Very nice.
Ooh.
They increase the wearer's land speed by 10 feet around.
Cool.
And allow them to make great leaps, which gives them a +5 confidence bonus on acrobatics checks to jump.
I had some of those once.
Boots of striding and springing. Added to the list. What else we got? Do you want to do the armor?
Am I just being used as like the tool? Because I was trying to talk again and you didn't even like let me that time.
I'm sorry, bro.
It's alright. I'll do
What are
what
you trying to say?
Okay.
The party eagerly awaits Juniper's expertise on magic items.
What do you want me to do now? I didn't hear it.
We have the armor.
Okay. Do I have to do separate rolls for all of them?
Yep.
You do.
That's all I needed to know.
The armor. 21 might not be enough. I don't believe that is enough.
Well,
Juniper cannot identify the armor today. It's
Maybe
quite
I'll-
potent.
there's something
Good
else.
to know. Bracers on Hisari and something in her pocket.
Juniper does know that there are bracers
Yeah.
and something else in Hisari's pocket. The party at the moment do not currently have anything at hand to suspect.
Rolled 33 that time.
For the
Alright,
bracers?
so
Yeah.
Juniper walks over to the bracers, examines them on the unconscious, bruised monk, and is able to determine that they are bracers of armor +2.
Totally guessed that.
I will tell whoever is around behind me.
Ooh, that sounds interesting. I kind of like my armor.
And there's
And
something.
apparently Demir just outright takes them off and adds them into a bag of holding, yes?
Yeah.
I'm just,
As-
well, like, I don't know whether I'm just putting everything in a pile right now.
Well, but say that if you're taking them off
Yeah.
someone. This is role-playing, Hal.
What?
If you're adding them to the loot list,
Oh,
say
I'm
you're
just adding
taking
them-
them off the body.
Just adding them to the party's loot pile. I'm not taking them anywhere.
Well, if you're adding them to the party's loot pile, clearly you're taking them off the monk's body.
Well, yes, we're taking them off the corpse, yes.
Well, yeah, she's not dead.
Well, yes, we're removing them from her prone form.
Yeah,
Jay tries to
well,
attack
that's
us.
something that you should say.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was busy typing on the list. I apologize.
Okay.
I was doing bookkeeping.
All right. So
I cast Detect Magic and try my own spellcraft on the armor.
I thought
all right.
I have something else to do yet still.
There was something magical within a bag at her side, just like a belt pouch.
I said that I would try and detect magic on that as well. And
You do have to rather take it out of the pouch.
I'll do that.
All right. So Juniper reaches for the pouch. Inside, she pulls out a vial of liquid from outside a pouch, mostly filled with gold coins.
Ooh, nice.
22 for that.
I think that's enough. It's an elixir of truth.
Oh, good God.
Dare I say another one?
Yes, you dare say, because I think I've got one carrying around in my pocket. Yes, I have.
But now we got to find somebody to interrogate.
Okay, so who's having this stuff, peoples?
Well, I wouldn't mind getting back up to 30 feet movement with the boots.
Neither would I.
Out of curiosity, what are you guys doing with 150 gold pieces in her purse?
Well, we're taking that for inconveniences.
All right.
I'll be taking that, I think.
Want it?
No, I'm good.
Do you want it?
I'm good.
Okay.
I didn't tell you about it. Or is
It might have been a little tricky to take it out without some jingling of coin, unfortunately. If you wish to be stealthy, you can make a stealth check to try and sneak the bag.
doesn't mean I have to give him all the coins.
You'll get your share.
I'm just curious, so we get it all down and don't forget about something.
Fine. Just the party thing.
What was that? I didn't quite catch it.
That it can go in the party fund, that's good.
Okay. So Juniper produces the wallet and gives it to party consideration. All right. So
It's
then,
already been added to the list, so I don't know.
Sorry.
apparently it has, yes.
Don't mess with the list.
All right.
So-
yeah. Go ahead.
We have magical boots of striding and springing. Who would like to be wearing these?
Probably everybody.
Probably. Does anyone have magical boots already?
Nope.
No,
No.
mine are just really cute.
Cute boots. It's funny.
What would they do for each character?
They would add 10 foot to our movement speed, and they would allow us to jump better. So for Gorham and I, who are in heavy armor, they would mean we would move at 30 feet instead of 20 feet.
Okay, well, one of you two should have it, because I don't think I need it. But, who does the most maneuvering?
So that's the question. It helps Gorham get into combat and wallop on stuff if it's far away. But it helps me move through combat to get to him to heal him.
Right.
I would suggest letting
Hmm?
Gorham.
Gorham?
I would say.
It is getting rather hard to hear Lindsay for some reason.
It's got really faint.
My volume is the same as it was.
You're there, sweetie. I hear you. What were you saying?
I don't know.
I think you're saying Gorham to have them?
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Woohoo!
Gorham gets nice shiny booties.
Red boots.
Booties, not booty.
Oh,
Does anyone have a use for braces of armor?
Not particularly.
Into the sell pile?
Yeah.
Done.
sounds good.
Put it up. So it's going into my bag of holding for sale then, Lockhart.
All right.
Because I think that's the biggest holding space we have, right?
That's probably correct.
So for now, we may as well assume everything's in there. And we have some magical armor that we don't know what it is yet, that I'm going to leave in the bag until one of us can figure it out.
It's also small sized, which none of the party are.
True.
True.
But if it's awesome, we might want to do some like body binding to get down to small.
Why don't you get Alex to appraise it? See what it's worth.
Can he cast spell? Can he cast spells? Does he have spellcraft?
She could give it a
Oh,
try.
excuse me, does she have spellcraft? Because I ballsed it up with a roll of 3.
Indeed.
Spellcraft to appraise it.
Spellcraft is to figure out its ability.
This is something, admittedly, I'm a bit lax on. Technically, there should indeed be appraise checks for magic items, but usually we've skipped that in the past.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't know. We're gonna...
Well, no, the magic items have their standard prices, so when you identify them, if you can't identify them, she would just appraise it as a normal masterwork suit of armor, which would be far below its worth. That being said, a 30, as she uses detect magic and sniffs at it magically and whatnot, should be able to determine that is +3 set of armor.
Nice.
Nice.
Small studded leather +3. Cool. So I'll put that in the pile as well. And we
Is that sufficient looting?
Is there anything else to loot in the room? The little hive spots or something?
Yes, you could totally loot that if you wish.
yeah.
Will it be worth anything? Probably not.
Gorham's all about the looting. So what are we going to do with this girl who is unconscious?
So do we take her back now, or lock her in here, or haul her with us until we...
Well, back is only like 3 rooms away, right?
Yeah, it
3
is.
rooms in a long corridor, yeah.
But as far as durations go, we're probably talking 5-10 minutes. So not enough to dismiss the heroism effects or anything long-term like that.
Mm-hmm. So is it worth going? Is it worth taking her and this body of the halfling back out now?
We do have to pass the sphere thing. Don't know if your wall of mist or your cloud's still up.
Shouldn't be.
How long does fog cloud last? Is that minutes?
Actually, yeah, it's 10 minutes, I think, a level.
If it's 10 minutes, it'll still be up.
Yeah.
Maybe 10 minutes a level. Hold on, let me check.
Yeah, you cast fog cloud, not...
Yeah.
It is 10 minutes per level, so that'll just be up as well.
Feel my foggy power.
So we can walk back with impunity, deliver one member of the party to the Thoracic Spire, and
Two members.
well, one and a corpse.
Well, still 2. That's 50% retrieval rate so far.
I think that would be for the best.
I agree with that, actually. Then they can help her out, because she did seem a little bit wide-eyed.
Maybe.
Let's take her out of here and take this halfling out as well.
All right.
So we take them out.
Okay. So we take a retreat again. 5 minutes or so to walk back there.
Yep.
There is a slightly tense moment as you open the door, and wands and staves are held at the ready, but they're slowly put down.
I think we need a safe word for the next time, people.
It does help that Koifa is there as well and says, "Hold it, hold it, hold it! It is the newest round of adventurers. It is quite fine. And they've brought the old batch of adventurers as well. There's 2 of them so far."
Yes, we found this one and the other. Apparently, the small one had been infested with some kind of horrible wasps, and this one was a little bit distraught over his remains.
The word of infestation causes a couple of them to wince back from the corpse.
It was wasps. It was not disease. The wasps are gone.
underestimate the amount of people who have fear of wasps and insects.
And they're definitely not infesting us and controlling us. So
How many people would flinch if you just brought a wasp nest, empty or not, into a house?
Yeah, you're right.
you hurl wasp nests. You don't bring them into the house.
You spray them with a full can of neurotoxin until they go
That's
away.
right. You stand far away and you shoot them with that stuff.
Yep. Where it says that you need to just hold down the trigger for 5 seconds. Hold it down
That's-
for 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, and that's 5 minutes after it's empty.
And then you get the giant mutant wasps.
Ah,
No, you
yes,
do.
yes, I do. Obviously, this is the one left, and the halfling seems relatively recognizable. I suppose, would you want your gold reward now, or when you come back again?
Either will be fine. I don't think we're staying out here, are we? Are we going back now?
Yeah, we're going to go back down.
Not unless you're really down on spells.
I'm doing alright.
I'll cast 2 lightning bolts.
I was going to say Juniper might want to take this moment to prepare some of her other spells.
Yeah, fill your slots.
Yeah, okay. I will, for the spare slot on that level, I'll take another lightning bolt, I think.
Good call.
Was
They
there
were
any
very
other
good.
spells you cast in the first or second, I think?
Um,
An ear-piercing screech or something, perhaps?
I have Unseen Servant going.
Oh, yes, you have that going, don't you?
Just swirling about. It's having a conversation with my ghosts, Lockhart.
I think that's about it.
Yes.
I think I had that.
Haunted oracles are the oddest things, because you're very
Yeah.
charismatic, but it's really creepy to be around you.
Right, because shit just keeps moving on its own.
Okay, so lightning bolts, and yeah, did you want to prepare any other spells?
I just stabbed myself.
Okay.
No, I just shoved a needle through my finger.
Are you okay?
no.
Oh.
Don't do that.
Yeah, stop that.
Should I have a slot for 4th, so I could take a Black Tentacles or a Death Ward. But I haven't cast either of those yet, so I don't know.
What do you have memorized at that level?
One of each.
Black tentacles.
Oh,
and
okay.
Death Ward. And don't you have another 4th level spell? No.
I don't.
You just have like at least 4 or 5, I think.
In your spell book.
I'm looking. Innovation, Threefold Aspect, and Confusion.
Hmm.
So you can prepare any of those if you wish.
I don't think Threefold Aspect's going to do me much use right now.
It's pretty cool, though.
Innovation.
It does have bonuses associated with it,
Yeah, you do have bonuses with threefold aspect.
but we'd have to figure those out math-wise. Sorry, interrupting.
All right. Innovation is a ray. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And confusion probably doesn't work on anything.
It
Right.
works on lots of things, just not like swarms and stuff.
Don't work on anything.
Innovation should work on most things, I think.
All right. Well, I'm going to take that one then.
All right.
Innovation.
Preparing a lightning bolt and an enervation.
Yep, it's a
I probably take. I've got a gap for 2nd and 1st,
Yeah.
so I might take another web for 2nd,
Okay.
and I might take. I like air-piercing scream quite a lot. So.
Lockhart, there isn't a saving throw for innovation.
No, but there's an attack roll.
It's still pretty hardcore.
Well, most rays are like that. There isn't a saving throw, but there's an attack roll.
The effect's nice and good,
Yeah.
especially with her dexterity being
No,
as good
yeah,
as it is.
It's fine. Rays are good spells. Just for
So
some
like-
people, for some reason, people see an attack roll and they're like, "Oh man, I'll never make an attack roll," even when they're touch attacks.
Yeah, and Lindsay's dexterity's 18.
Yeah.
Should be nice.
It'll do well. It'll be
Innovation will do nice things.
Yes.
So yes, that was another web, another ear-piercing scream.
No, obscuring mist.
Obscuring mist. Okay. Good. So after another 5 minutes, while Juniper consorts with Dyson, the dust method.
You consulting again, dear?
Well,
Guess I want to look at the sphere.
What will the party be doing then?
We're heading back down.
Okay.
I guess we'll go back to that room where we were at.
All right. So then allow me to just remove the sweet talker.
Sweet talker.
All right. So what do you do?
Check that door. Alex, if you'd be so kind.
Of course. Seems pretty quiet beyond.
Any traps on this door?
Nope.
All right, Gorham. You want to go for it?
never trust
Anyone need healing?
them.
Hold on. We need healing here. How many hit points are you down, sweetheart?
I need another 18.
All right, let's see. How many zaps we got left? I have a few zaps left. I'll zap them with the wand.
Okay.
All right.
2, 5, 7,
How
8. That should be them all. That should be you healed.
is that all in Juniper?
Yes. Gorham,
Down like 17.
do the same for you then. 2, 3, 4. Let's see if we can keep this going. 6,
14.
6. That should be you,
So
right?
I'm only down 3 now.
Didn't I just heal you? What?
Yep.
Thing, did you not catch?
2 6s.
You said you were down 17, and he rolled
19.
what, 2, 3, 4, 6, 6.
I
Yeah.
only saw 2 6s.
Yeah, you're at full thing. He
Yeah.
used like 4 charges on you.
Yeah.
I think I'm good, am I? Am I good?
You're down by 9. You should be.
Oh, yeah, I need to zap myself, I guess. How's Alex doing?
Alex was outside of the swarm and just cheering you guys on and making you make those saves.
I'm healed. Everybody's healed. The world is a good place.
Well, not really, but
Okay. Alright,
Alright.
we're paranoid healing over. Wanna go for it, Gorham?
opening the door to danger.
Yay!
Again.
Might be a treasure room.
It's pretty fairly simple hallway that seems to curve and swivel up ahead of it. There's also, again, because these are just way too aligned to the grid.
The door looks like.
There is indeed another door. So again, the hallway kind of curves up and head, corner to corner. And then there's a door almost slightly off center of across from you.
Alex, can you check this corridor, please, as well as that door?
Sure.
Thank you.
Alex will take a look. She comes back and with a whisper says, "I don't think it's trapped, but there is a lot of sound coming from that room.
Kind of sound.
It almost sounds like talking, but I can't figure out any words. It really sounds like nonsense."
Okay. Want to go in there, Gorham?
No, but when's that stopped us?
Exactly. Let's get in there.
How long
Let's
does
do-
invisibility last?
It lasts, I think, 1 minute per level.
Okay.
You thinking about it?
No, I'm just wondering. I'm not wasting it on pointless little room that doesn't sound very exciting. I'm
Ready when
saving.
you are, Gorham.
Opening the door and plunging into danger.
Danger!
Such is Gorham's fate.
That's right. Hey, dude, you're the fighter. That's what you do.
All right. Can I do this? Yes, I can do this.
What
The
the?
hell? The
Are
hell are
those
they?
Chagas or something?
So,
When he said he
the
didn't. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh,
it's fun being the NPC perception bot. I get to describe things.
He's right. He didn't understand it because it was gibberish.
oh, gibbering mouthers.
The floor of this large chamber is covered with sand and littered with weapons and pieces of armor. Halfway up the eastern wall is a small balcony with a railing and a single ornate chair, like a box seat in a theater. A small empty metal cage hangs by the chain from the ceiling, just a few feet below the 20-foot high ceiling. In the theater area in front, there appear to be two creatures. Where are they? Where are they? They're not out there.
We can see creatures.
Yeah.
Oh, you're giving us the picture.
Of course, for the watchers. They are horrid masses of eyes, mouths, and formless flesh that stare in all directions. Countless maws yammering ceaselessly. Gibberish.
So not far off from Sharath.
Furthermore, sitting on the chair is a
Jesus.
rather small creature that has a peculiar shape to it.
What the hell? Like an
Two
jar with
slimy
tentacles?
tentacles protrude from the sides of this brain-shaped mass of quivering ooze.
Brain
What
ooze.
the hell is this room, Lockhart?
Well, it looks like a gladiatorial pit, but
I told Thing earlier there's some not often used monsters here.
Is that like the Gibbering Mouther?
I suppose that one's somewhat used, but the other one here is a
Hmm.
bit more obscure.
I don't even know what it is.
And as the door opens, the gibbering mouthers seem to somewhat purposefully turn towards the party. Shall we have initiatives?
Please.
All right, give me some initiatives.
12. That's
7.
terrible.
My initiative
gonna-
is affected by me being down one dex.
It is not
Because
because it's only 1 point.
okay.
If it had been 2, you would indeed be correct. Oh wow, Juniper is quite ready.
Good work.
Juniper
it shouldn't be in front blocking the door.
ain't got time for this. All right, so
This could be beautiful and terrible.
So the Mouther, and this could be a bit terrifying.
Mm.
So the Mouther is these guys are gonna go on
0.
an 18.
Yeah, they're pretty quick.
So they're gonna mouth me.
They're gonna gibber at you is what they're gonna do.
I believe for both of these, knowledge dungeoneering is the knowledge of choice.
Oh, 'cause are they aberrations?
They are indeed aberrations.
Yeah.
Luckily, my adamantium helm makes me completely immune to mind
Gibbering. Ha.
And the brain ooze on a 13. So Alex is the only dungeoneering. Yes.
Yes.
I don't have it.
So
What about ooze, Lockhart? What's its roll on?
it's a 13. Can you not see it on there?
No, I meant its identification.
That's also
Oh, okay.
dungeoneering. So she rolls a 19 for the Mousers, which will get something, and a 20 for the brain ooze.
Hey.
So Gibbering Mouthers, she'll where was Gibbering?
Swarm.
Yeah, there's the unfortunate thing is even though they're pretty easy to identify, they have a ton of stuff about them.
Yeah, because they're horrible.
Probably what she'll say is, "Be careful. They can bite you and do lots of other nasty stuff, and hit them with bludgeoning things."
Bludgeoning. I'm curious. Bludgeoning things.
Not
As
you,
far as
apparently.
the brain ooze,
How do you bludgeon somebody with spells?
she will say, watch out! You can try and control our minds.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go again.
We'll have to find it first.
Hey, Lockhart, do you have a soundboard with yakety sax on it so you can start playing it now?
I should get one set off. Oh,
I
but
know,
that's
right?
conditions.
It should just be playing through the entire part of this game.
So it is Jennifer's turn.
So
So you can probably see the brain ooze on the chair and the northernmost Gibbering Mouther. The other one is probably a bit out of your general peripheral vision.
okay. So going on what I have spell wise for this swarm that was unable to work on it.
These are single creatures.
Okay, so are they immune to
Um,
like?
Alex did not say anything either way.
Okay.
She would have said that the ooze is an ooze, which are somewhat unintelligent normally, but this one is shaped like a brain, so you're not quite sure.
Okay. Let's have a look. Maybe I can evil eye them and get some of the points down for a start.
Go ahead, knock those saves down.
That would work, right?
That'll work great.
So shall I take down their attack or their saving or their AC?
Which one are you targeting?
I'm going to target the bottommost one on my screen.
Again, just where you're standing, I'm not sure you could properly see that one.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I'll target the other one then.
Okay.
So,
With
do we think
Evil
they're
Eye?
really hard or just be really good at saving?
Well, if you use Evil Eye, you can target its AC, its attacks, or its saves are the main one, I believe.
Yeah, I was asking our party members, but they
Nice.
seem to not be.
For you, a lot of your stuff goes off of saves, so it benefits you if their saves are dropped.
Okay, that's what
It
I-
actually benefits us all if their saves are dropped, but
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll target
Well,
this then.
I think
Well,
it benefits
except
you all if their AC or their attack
yeah,
drops.
that's right. It
Really.
benefits us all. Yeah, it depends how we want to deal with them.
So I'll attack their saving throws.
Okay, saving throws. So, it makes a token will save
A token
and
will
it
save.
fails. So its saves are hit by -4 for several rounds.
Because its saves were already appalling, Rockhard.
At least it's will, probably.
Not everything
will.
is going to have +10 saves.
Guess that's true.
Thank God.
All right, and with that, it is the Gibbering Mouther turns.
Gee, what are they gonna do?
Drop a
Oh,
capstone on it next time, Lens.
What is a capstone?
A spell that'll kill it outright.
So,
Anything else you want to chip? How?
Just trying to help you.
the top one shall. Actually, let's see. First, these things have way too many things to do.
I think we're about to get gibbered, people.
I can't hear anything in my helmet.
The top one is makes a shot of spittle towards the primary target you can see, which is Gorum.
Oh, great.
Spittle.
Spittle. Of course you're not. Oh, there we go. +6. So that will hit Gorum's touch, I imagine.
Yes.
So Gorum can make me a Fortitude save.
Gorum turns into a rhinoceros.
21.
So there's a little bit of acid nearby your eyes, but you just take the pain and keep your eyes open.
I'm used to acid for my sword, anyways. Splashy, splashy.
It is then going to move forward. One might even say charge, I think.
I ready my falchion to meet its charge.
It's not your initiative yet.
I know.
and one mouth springs out of its ever modular body to try and bite at Gorum, and I think a 27 will hit.
Yes, unfortunately.
And it won't do too much. Actually,
You just muted.
did I? How odd. So it doesn't do any damage at all. However, it does try to grab onto Gorum. And probably
on the
will
first
not
date.
succeed. Oh wow, it does. Gorham is currently grappled by a Gibbering Mouther.
Now all its tentacles turn into big vibrating penises.
And then what? Second turn, it can engulf me or something?
Yes, even though it's not penetrating the armor, one of them is snagged onto its leg, and it slowly is swarming forth, starting to move up his body already.
I need an
And,
ice.
of course, all of these mouths around it are gibbering this maddening song, and everyone can make a will save.
Great.
Probably not.
Is prayer still up?
Prayer is not up, I do not believe.
17.
Probably spent too long going backwards and forwards.
I hope the DCs on this thing's abilities aren't too bad, because it's
Alex
going to
did a
be...
23. We need one from Juniper. Will save, Lindsay.
Okay. I thought I heard 4. Okay. Will save. Okay. It'll be 1 more than that. Or I roll again.
One more will be sufficient.
Oh, we should have just rolled again, dude.
Is your will just one? Your will can't be. Your will has to be higher than it, isn't it? I guess based on wisdom, isn't it? Which.
Yeah, which no one in our party's really good at.
My will save is 8. My fort is 7, and my reflex is 9. Sorry, I was just making sure you heard me.
All right, no, that's good. All right, and with that, it will be Alex's turn. Oh, sorry, no, never mind. It's the other Gibbering Mouther, who is pretty much just the same. Spittle at Gorham, which I guess it's taking a -4 on this. But a 22 is still going to do it, so I need a Fortitude save from Gorham.
That's
22?
a crit threat, Lockhart.
It doesn't do damage.
Oh, okay.
So there's more acid around Gorham's eyes, but he just keeps those eyes open.
Is it just blinding?
It is rather just blinding.
Nice.
And it's going to move nearby a corner. It's going to get a bite attack at a. I guess Gorham's just going to get AC bonus for this because he has cover.
What is with these things' rolls?
They're kind of amazing, aren't they?
Yes,
No,
it's not the word I'm going to use.
what is Gorham's armor +4?
26.
So it actually hits?
You're so happy. You could hear the happy there, couldn't you? You're about to be engulfed by 2 of these things.
It does not do any damage.
I told them not on the first date.
I'm going to say they've
And
not
it
even
does
bought
not
you dinner.
grapple you. However, will saves.
Jesus. Is that for everybody?
17.
Yes, everybody.
18.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh dear.
And does Alex just battle or go over to their side?
Oh dear.
Oh.
Alex and Juniper are confused for 1 round.
Oh no.
And will have to save again next turn as well.
Here we go. So where you start. Hopefully they're just kind of standing there and not beating on us.
Hopefully it's not like the Sugathi where you fail enough times consecutively and you go permanently insane.
Yeah.
It's not quite that bad. So Alex, ooh, it's high. High is not good, is it? Confusion. Give me the confusion status.
She just fails the next pub quiz. I mean, that's all.
Just a bit
Oh
confused.
dear.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. So, she attacks the nearest creature.
Oh.
Crap.
So Alex says something about them being right in front of her, and
It's your hair.
we'll do a rapier attack on Juniper.
Bring it, bitch.
Wow.
It will hit. The damage will actually be 2 lower because Alex will now have a chance to put luck on herself. Actually, sorry, it'll be. So 2 lower. So it'll be 8 points of damage to Juniper, who unfortunately is also confused. So on her turn, she'll turn around and attack Alex.
Nice.
And then I'll blame it on being confused.
Yeah.
Which will be true.
And now the
Which will
boss
be
still has
true.
to go. Crap.
It will mostly be true.
The brain ooze. What do they want this thing doing again? Right. Okay.
Sits back
So
in
the
your bench, right?
one it can see best. Gorum.
I'm covered in Mouther.
Mouther.
You can't see me well.
Let's see.
Hey,
5,
let
10,
people pay for this service up in Kermega.
20, 25, 30. Cast,
Like
oh,
Gibbering
that's
Mouther in.
far enough. So, there is a will save needed for Gorum against a compulsion mind affecting effect.
Oh, great. And it's probably got a much tougher one than theirs. 6. I'm going to kill the rest of the party.
Loses his
can
free
we-
will.
Can we spell TPK again? I love it. We're really terrible at brain control stuff like
And
that.
Alex isn't free to do the re-roll your save thing. Or
Nope. Gorum loses his free will.
turning over NPC control.
Demir's turn.
I run like hell and leave these
Sense
bastards.
motive.
Holy shit.
We're blocking your exit.
I'll run north. There's got to be a way out that way. Can't be as bad as you people.
Hope you can swim.
Yes, Demir can make a sense motive check.
Oh, ha!
And
That's a good idea.
this is the unfinished corridor, yeah. Just dead end up there.
Well, could you make a spellcraft check? Maybe.
I can.
Yeah, so you can make a spellcraft check too to figure out what happened.
30 on sense motive.
Okay.
And
So you're able to determine that 2 of your party members are nuts.
20 on spellcraft.
Ooh, that does not seem high enough.
God.
And Gorm has just kind of gone slack-jawed and blank-eyed at least.
So no change there then.
Oh, this is good stuff.
Shit.
What does Master want?
Master. That's
Master Blaster.
Demir's turn. This is
I'm looking.
horrible.
Sorry, it's slower to get in my things than it used to be.
I mean, the DCs aren't bad, but the effect is horrible.
Yeah, the effect is pretty horrid.
What the hell did it hit me with?
Dominate person.
Of
Dominate.
course.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ouch.
It has absolute control.
Well, that's a bit terrible, isn't it?
I enjoy my life of servitude to the ooze.
That's not what happened to me, though, is it?
No,
You're just confused.
not yet.
Hopefully, you will regain your senses the next round.
Hopefully. Hopefully.
I don't really have an option of that.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Now, I am going to be nice here. In theory, since you guys are not the tightest knit of groups, one could say it is within Gorm's character to just attack you guys, and he wouldn't get additional saves each time he does it.
Oh, thanks.
But I will be nice, so he will indeed get a save, a new saving throw each time it takes actions outside of its nature.
On my worst save.
You're still not bad on it, are you? You're still at a +8? Oh, you're a +5. Oh dear.
I cast Aura of Doom.
Which will do.
It makes any non-allies within a 20-foot radius of me shaken.
Okay. Are there will saves involved?
Yes, there are.
Are we technically allies if we're confused?
Confused, I think you are technically allies, yes.
I believe allies is up to the caster, typically, to determine.
Okay.
So he can choose.
So I might still be an ally, technically.
Right now we're on the
Right.
Gibbering Mouthers, but should Gorham look a bit wide-eyed, it's going on him too.
So they have to make will saves or be shaken, correct?
Correct.
So, and one is on a -4 will save?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Juniper.
Boom, it's chewing on me.
All right. So,
You're gonna need 20s to succeed.
So the first one, the one currently chewing, does not succeed and is shaken. The second one does succeed with a
Ooh, that's
24.
pretty good. If it moves out and back in, it does it again.
We need to add like a -6 to all the enemy rolls just to compensate for how this roller
I
rolls
know.
well.
That loves Lockhart so much. It loved
And-
him long time.
And hates me because I roll more 1s and 3s.
Sorry, who's had -8 to their dexterity this evening so far?
That would be you, sweetheart. You're right.
Hal, I should mention
Hmm.
that with your sense motive, you
Yes.
do most specifically you do understand that Gorham's behavior is most likely now being influenced by an enchantment effect.
God damn.
Too bad we didn't have protection from evil in the party.
I can drop that on you next time. I'll raise my shield and defend myself against him.
All right. That actually doesn't really do much because you already use a standard action.
I know. We're going for colour. I could 5-foot step, but then he's just going to 5-foot on me.
I was gonna say technically you should have 5-foot step because if I really want to be really mean, he would be.
Yeah, you're right. I should have 5-foot stepped before I aura'd, shouldn't I? Because I'm in combat. I would have 5-foot stepped. So I'll 5-foot step, cast, and then bring my shield up and ready myself.
Okay, that's fine. Gorham.
Yes, master.
So this is at least kind of good that you're grappled.
It is right.
You have a friend, and actually, how big is that aura? It's not further than 30 feet, is it, Hal?
No, it's 20 foot.
It's a piggyback ride.
I mean, I guess you are actually. There's no way you'd hit the ooze behind the wall. So anyway, your master wants you to yes, attack that person beside you, Demir. However, right now you're being grappled. So to complete that action, you'd have to escape from the grapple.
Go, Mouther, go. Go, Mouther, go.
Unfortunately, this one does not give you the save for control at this point.
So do I escape by breaking the grapple or by attacking the mouther?
It's not being particularly picky, so you could probably choose, really.
But it depends if he considers the Mouther his buddy, doesn't it?
I mean, the rather interesting thing is that it can always issue a stop if it wants.
Yeah. My stupid way of getting out of a grapple.
You can tell him not to do that.
Yeah. So at this point, yeah, you can use your own methods. But if you're about to do something he doesn't want you to, because there's a proper telepathic link set up with this. So he does have some ability of kind of what you are about to do type thing. You are dominated.
Holy
Well,
crap.
I'll try and get the mouther off me.
So how do you wish to do that?
I'll swing my sword at it, I guess.
It does rather help that in this case the brain ooze's reasons are actually quite helpful if you guys want to rough up the mouthers.
Ah, excellent.
So yes.
Seems that's my standard way of dealing with things. So am I under penalties for grappling with that?
You are a -2 to attack, I believe.
Okay. But then I just get full attack still?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, sorry, hang on a second. Using a two-handed weapon, that's a no-no. Grappled. In addition, grappled can take no action that requires two hands to perform.
I guess then I have to try to break the grapple some other way.
Fight it. Fight it back.
How do I attempt to break a grapple without...
You can make a CMB check.
How can you grab my drink from somewhere?
Come on, sweetie.
CMB.
Yes.
17.
That
rolled a
does
2.
not look good. That is sufficient, actually.
Ah.
So as your standard action, you are you can end. You take control, and as a free action, you can end the grapple.
I end the grapple.
All right, you have a move action left.
I will close on the person I'm supposed to.
Oh, this is
He's going to
horrible.
be on Al. Just give him a second because he's gone into the garage to get me in.
Okay. So Lindsay, it's your turn.
To attack
Um,
Alex.
I'm confused.
So do you have an attack with a weapon? Do you have a weapon?
I do believe I do have a weapon. Give me one second.
Do you know the bonus and damage for it?
My weapon is a mithril dagger.
Okay.
And do I know my what?
Do you know the attack bonus and the damage for it?
Yes, attack bonus is 5, and the damage is a d4.
All right. Something you're not quite sure what just attacked you, and you need to cut it right now.
Would I use that, or would I use my hair?
I suppose hair would also be acceptable. Yes, that seems fine.
Prehensile hair.
I try to limit the how advanced people get in confusion, because you're confused. You're not in your right mind. But if that would seem your more natural weapon, then yes, hair would be good.
I think that it's more likely that I wouldn't have my weapon drawn. But I would immediately be able to.
That's appropriate. It's mostly it's kind of things like, if you're confused, you wouldn't like really go to something complex like casting a spell or something. I don't think.
That's why I think the hair would probably be more likely.
That's fine. It's an extension of yourself. So you activate your hair hex, and you have the attack and damage for that.
Possibly. Let me see. Hey, I'm using my hair.
Oh,
Attack.
it's going to be your attack roll, but it's going to use your int instead of your. So this attack bonus, which is. What's all this attack bonus is 4, plus 6 is 10.
Okay, so my base attack for my hair is 10.
Okay. So a d20 plus 10 for your hair attack.
Hair attack.
20.
Does that hit? That let me see. Alex is hit with a 20. Yes.
Yay! What?
Damage is a D2 for hair.
No, it'll be like a D3 or D4.
Plus, she gets her intelligence and strength.
You two
Yes.
so that we don't crash the world.
Crash the world.
Because I don't have it in front of me, and how, apart from being stood next to me, is
Aye.
Okay.
No.
Let me just look it up quick. Hair hex. Prehensile hair. It does D3.
Okay, so it's D3 plus 6, right? Because it's using your int.
It will actually be times and a half, I believe, because it's her single natural attack.
So it's D3 plus 9.
Yes.
Nice. D3 plus 9.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, it'll be. That's it. Just use 6. Sorry. I thought it was a primary, but now it's a secondary there.
so D3 plus 6.
Yeah. Still good damage.
Actually, yeah, we'll say 6 for now. I need to look into it. I think because it's your only one, it still counts as a primary, though. And if you only have one natural attack, you do times and a half. But
Well, how about we split the difference and plus 8?
sure, that's fine.
Really? So I do
It's-
9
it-
damage.
Yep. So 9 points damage to Alex.
Sorry, Alex.
Cat fight, cat fight.
Guys.
Can I make it? No, I can't make. I can't choose.
No, unfortunately. There's. That being said, your senses are starting to clear a little bit. We'll just do the will save for Alex and Juniper right now, because once you make the save, you're good. So make a will save to see if they continue on being confused. Alex regains sanity with a 22 will save.
20.
Juniper as well. Okay, so Juniper and Alex are sane once more.
Yeah.
Mouthers. This one is going to move forward. This one is going to move up.
Holy crap. Hooray! Gibbering Mouthers.
Oh dear.
Yeah, oh dear. It's all so
Actually-
familiar. It's all so familiar, Lockhart.
I think this one's going to back a little bit. But unfortunately, the other one, I really, I wish I could do otherwise, but he's pretty much just going to bite Juniper many, many times.
Oh, he's not going after Gorham still?
Nope.
I guess it didn't taste good.
You presume these aren't also dominated.
Oh, true. Then it must have dominate monster too, or something.
So he gets 6 bites. So,
6. Wow.
Lindsay, what's Juniper's AC?
32, I think.
What's it actually?
Actually,
Uh,
oh shit,
Wow.
what's Juniper's
Three.
AC?
22.
Is it 22? That's
Only 2
pretty
hits.
good. That's only 2 hits.
She has a kick-ass dex, remember?
I do forget that. So it's 5 damage from the bites, and they try and grab onto Juniper. What is Juniper's CMD?
CMD. I don't have those filled in. Oh yeah, I do. CMD 16.
Oh, it just on the nose. And
Oh.
just like how you saw Gorham before, it begins biting and climbing up into your leg and body and trying to engulf you, basically. You are grappled.
On Mythweavers, it's got your CMD as 20 with a flat FCMD as 16.
Is
Say
it
that again? Sorry, Phil.
Oh, on the Mythweaver sheet, it has your CMD as 20 with your FCMD
Oh,
16.
yeah. Reading the wrong thing. So,
Okay.
sorry, it's 20. I'm sorry.
All right, that's quite good, because if you were grappled, that could be very bad for Caster.
Yeah.
So that was the Gibbering Mouther's turn. So Alex is going to activate her luck. And
He's ready tonight.
as apology for Juniper, she's going to delay her action and say to Juniper, "Get behind me."
No. Don't want to.
Okay. Then I'll delay her action to, and we'll just make an attack with cover against the Gibbering Mouther in front of Juniper. So this is plus this attack -2 to its damage. 24. Okay. So it'll hit, doing no damage because bludgeoning. Did I give her another one? I did. Sorry. Sorry. She would have used her mace instead, which would still have hit and done 3 points of damage to it. Brain ooze.
I like this brain ooze, people.
Master.
I like that. Oh, we're all fucked again. It's great.
Thing's been waiting to call Lockhart Master.
Oh, did it just fly?
It appears to have, well, not that anyone can see, really. Juniper might catch the last few feet of it as it flies, just kind of looking outside the door. Maybe, if it can look.
Yeah. What does it poke out to see with? Again?
Tentacles.
Tentacles.
Actually, I suppose it doesn't need to at all. Nah, we'll put it there. We'll be nice.
It wants to watch the show, doesn't it?
Maybe. The thing is, it also has blind sight, so how does
Oh.
that go through walls? I'm going to imagine it can be close enough they can probably see what's happening with blind sight.
Nice.
But it would still get a bit closer, I think. So we'll say it's still 10 feet off the ground, though.
Nice.
It'd be a little bit.
Flying brain news.
Demir.
Uh,
Gorham does not seem happy with you.
yeah. That Britain, yeah. Or what's the range on protection from evil communal? I can't find it in my book.
Protection from evil communal version?
Yeah,
It might be touch.
that's what I'm thinking. We might have to have a big hug.
Still might be,
Unfortunately, there's still potential problems. This communal. Yeah, here we go. Creatures touched.
Hooray! Does it have a
So-
save?
No. Will negates harmless. So essentially, no, not really.
But I'd have to touch Gorham.
You would have to touch him, which would be a touch attack. And more possibly importantly, there would be
He could then
concentration.
save it.
Hmm?
But he could save it, right?
Again, harmless. He doesn't quite have the will to understanding to try and resist it. Really, it's a harmless. So most creatures will accept harmless. Really.
yeah.
Okay. I will attempt to cast Protection from Evil Communal on myself and Gorham.
You're casting it defensively.
Yeah, damn straight.
All right.
Well, can I cast it defensively and touch him?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll do that.
Same way as with the touch spell.
Can you cast things through people? Like, as a conduit?
Not normally. There's spells that might allow you to set that up, and you can kind of do that with your familiar.
Because
You can also cast at range with your hair.
my free hand hair can be used
Yes.
for spells.
Yes, you can use it with your hair to touch someone at range. Yes.
I was wondering if I could help Hal.
Have you got your hair active right now?
She
Yes.
does.
Just attacked us with it.
Just
Yeah,
waft it down here so I can touch it, will you?
Okay.
Um.
Or does that not work?
On your round.
No. 10 feet long, not 15 feet. I don't know.
What?
No.
You can reach me.
No.
No?
She would have to take a specific action to move her hair there. If you want, you can delay until after her turn.
No, because Gorham gets to smack me next turn.
Oh,
Yeah, that is kind of self-preservation for you.
I was asking.
Well, if you hit me, you'll probably kill me.
Well, not necessarily.
Pretty sure you will. Oh, what does it take to switch my shaken onto him, by the way?
you pretty much just identify him as an enemy.
I identify him as not an ally.
Okay. So make a will save.
Yeah.
Okay,
Come on,
25.
Gorham, you suck. All
I
right.
said make it.
I was just trying to drop your stats a bit so I could touch you easier. All right.
My touch is not very high.
I attempt. Yes, I'm still going to cast it defensively. I attempt to cast Protection from Evil Communal on myself and Gorham,
So
What am I
concentration
rolling?
check
which is my level.
plus your caster stat plus any caster stat modifier plus any other relevant things.
Okay. And a D20, right?
On a d20, yes.
Okay.
It's a level 2 spell,
It is a level 2 spell.
so you won't get better than 19 or better.
Gibber.
Quit that gibbering. So 9 plus 6, 15. 31.
All right, you succeed in concentrating. Now make a touch attack against Gorham.
Okay, let's see here.
Can you beat an 11?
You'd be surprised, my dex isn't good. Base attack.
I'd say you can still use your strength, I think.
Okay, yeah, I'm adding. Well, it's my base attack plus. It's my base attack bonus plus my strength, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking
It
it
shouldn't
is.
be too difficult.
Well,
I'm sure I'm missing some way to screw you over, but I'm happy to allow it because otherwise this could indeed be a TPK, except for Gorm, who becomes the Brain Ooze's new pet.
28.
All right, so Gorm is touched by protection from.
So does that immediately sever? Or does that just give me
No,
another?
it gives
save?
you another save.
Let me
Way
see
too much
here.
touching going on in this game.
There's a lot of this is appropriate touching though.
I've never
Yes, he does indeed receive another save with a +2 morale bonus.
Ooh.
You better save.
Will?
Will,
Yeah. Sorry, can't change that.
22?
sufficient.
Yes. High five. We're all good.
All right, so that was Demir's turn. Gorm,
No, that's it. No, that. I
your,
will.
your senses turn to you.
Kick his ass.
I will
Pointing.
turn and chop the Gibbering Mouther into small gubbins.
He
Okay.
stops listening to one master and starts listening to another.
You're flanking with it too, so that's nice.
He actually is because she has her hair out.
Yeah, she's fighty.
All right. First to hit. 31.
Yes.
Nice.
Second, just a 20. Oh, wait, no, that was a damage roll. Never mind. I rolled the.
No, that was an attack roll.
That's
Oh,
an
that
attack.
was. That's right. Never mind. Yeah.
And it's 22 because you're flanking.
Oh.
So both of those will hit.
I
Kill
would hate
it.
to GM for new things.
Hmm?
I would hate to have to GM for things.
Why?
This is confusing me, and it doesn't even matter to me what's going on.
He's confusing himself. What are you talking about?
Oh no, I rolled a this. Oh no, I rolled what?
So 27 points of slashing and 2 points of acid on the first,
All right.
and 30 points of acid
Nice.
and 3 points of 3 points of acid, 30 points of
Nice.
flesh.
Okay. It is now a less animated, bleeding, pulpy mound of writhing flesh on the ground.
Is it dead?
No.
Hmm.
However, it's not particularly threatening.
Good.
Most of the eyes are rather closed or twitching.
It's having a
Bleeding
fake.
out.
All right, Gorm, let's do this thing.
Juniper's turn, actually.
Yay!
Will you lightning bolt that little fucking brain?
I was just thinking that myself.
Shoot that little fucker.
That will work, right? Yeah?
So what was that,
Yeah.
Lindsay? I didn't hear you.
Lightning bolt, the brain.
I think you should really be standing in front of the door to do that.
Is that to the giver?
You could walk inside. You don't have to 5 foot.
Well, couldn't she move behind the gibber, like there, since it's?
That's a wall.
Floating?
thing.
There's a wall.
Oh, never mind. Yeah,
You could stand on top of the gibber pile.
I forgot we're in a corridor.
Yeah.
Does she need to 5 foot, or can she just take a move action?
I can just take a
She
move
could
action.
take a move action.
Well, the
Yeah.
burn's not threatening because it's 10 foot in the air, right?
That's correct.
So you could walk in and basically be the square to the right of where you currently are, leaving the door open for the fighter dude to get in.
So like here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's a square. Yep, you can totally move there.
Okay, and then cast lightning bolt.
Correct.
On the brain.
Yes, please.
Gibbering Mouthers would be so much easier to deal with when they're on their own control.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure they just want to give you hugs and kisses.
At least I know
Tell
they're
you
susceptible
bedtime
to
stories.
Lots of
ultimate
kisses.
I'm pretty sure 15 will fail the reflex save, which is
That
quite a
is-
good thing.
That is a good thing.
So 9d6.
Correct. Let's
Do you
kick its
want to know
ass.
why it's a really good thing?
Why?
Evasion.
Oh.
That's 23 points of electricity coursing through its small body.
Needs to be more.
Well, I'm doing pretty well.
It is still in the air.
Damn it.
Gibbering Mouther, Yeah, it's pretty much going to attack Juniper.
You just want to get their mouths all over you.
This one does not have any penalties associated with it, I believe.
Nope.
I can't remember. They've kind of danced around a bit.
The top one had heavy penalties. This
Mhm.
might be shaken. I don't. I think one of them saved, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The
I
second
don't
one
know
saved.
which.
The second one saved with a 24. I remember. Yeah,
We need to start marking them up with effects.
that's true.
We're very much
But-
a buff. We're very much a buff and debuff party. We need to keep track.
Yeah, this one is. But they die so fast. So
Yeah, they do die so fast.
so Juniper's at 22. So that one misses. Miss. Hit.
Oh.
Crit threats. Rolling to confirm. Not confirmed. So 2 more. Miss. And a miss. So only 1 hit.
Nice work, Juniper.
For 3 points for Juniper, and
Minor mouthing.
they grappled Juniper.
What is her CMD?
She's at 16, I believe.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, 20.
20.
In any event, 23 will definitely do it all the same.
Yeah.
Alex will probably walk in and stand right there beside Juniper.
Isn't that make him walk through the threatened area of the Mouther?
It's
Oh, it's
grappled.
grappling. It's grappling.
Yes.
We're good. It's busy. Very nice.
I suppose it missed its free spittle attack. Oh, well, that's fine.
It has a free spittle attack?
Yes, it can do that acid spit thing,
They
remember?
both spat at my eyes.
That's horrible.
Where is it? What weapon was it? Okay, this. So, doing this with a +2 to the attack. All right, 6 points of damage to the mother. With
Yay.
a mace.
Good team.
And the brain ooze is going to fly back atop
It's not going to eat Alex's mind.
It's little brain chat.
and is indeed going to make a dominate against Alex.
God damn it.
So this is a +2. Alex fails.
Hang on, I need to go and deal with the dog.
Okay. Demir.
Yes,
Make
sir.
what are you doing, Demir?
It's a good question. I'll accept Gorham as my friend again.
Considering that he just
Aw.
turned around and hit the creature behind you.
No, I meant I'll stop. I'll take him out of my aura's effect.
He's still is there. Well, he made the save anyway, so he's kind of immune to it, really.
It's all right, buddy. I
So,
give her here. She's okay. Hang on. She okay? Was she sleeping?
No, she was joking.
Come here, you silly puppy. I got you. Come here. I got you. Hang on. I've got the dog.
All right.
Hi, dog. Hi. I got you.
You
Hi, listeners.
have a pug on the line.
Can you hear her?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Watch Lockhart and think. Yeah, she was having a snort. Sometimes she has a bit of a snorty breathe thing. It's good to give her a cuddle. There you go, buddy. You okay? Yeah, it's funny having a little nose. You okay?
That's that little undersized nozzle.
All right, what am I doing?
It is Demir's turn. You have
It is
currently
my turn.
recognized Gorham again as an ally.
That's good, right? 1, 2, 3.
Possibly. I'm gonna have to look into that. It's quite possible you have to somehow figure it out when you cast a spell, but it's a huge duration,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
It does. It's like 10 minutes per level.
So
You might want to move the dog a bit, Hal.
Why?
She can hear her really loudly.
Hey, you a loud
it's
dog.
not that bad.
You're
It's
a
fine.
cute
The listeners
dog.
will love it.
Everybody loves the dog. I have no idea what to do.
About it before.
Have they? Well, then they're clearly not nice people because Ruby is awesome and cute.
Exactly. There you go, buddy.
Every so often, with her breathing, because she's a pug, she gets like wheezing
Maybe-
attacks.
Maybe they were just concerned those sounds were coming from a human, which is a bit less explainable.
I don't make those near as much now that I've got the CPAP.
Yeah. So yes, wait, Demir. There is another Gibbering Mouther. Well, I suppose you actually can't really see too much into the room.
I'm going
You
in.
might be able to see Alex and the Gibbering Mouther and Juniper.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, you can make me a sense motive check.
Sense motive check. What is my sense motive?
I don't have
30.
All right. You can also determine that Alex has that same kind of slack-jawed look to her that Gorham had a few moments before he turned around to attack you.
Holy crap, you people.
Yeah, but it's Alex. What's she gonna do when she attacks you?
I don't know, actually. She can probably butt rip the crap out of me. That's the problem.
He hit
Her damage isn't great, but her accuracy is pretty impressive.
And she
Yeah.
does get lucky, as we all know.
Is that Mouther need to make another save now? I brought my aura back in the room.
I don't believe so. It's made a save, isn't it one save?
No, every time it leaves and enters my aura, it has to save again.
I don't think it's quite.
Doesn't the wall block it for a while?
I'll look at that another time. I don't think it's gonna be too relevant here. It's just a Mouther.
Okay. How about the brain? Is it? Oh, it's up in the air. Isn't it?
It's like it's
We're
slightly
gonna play
raised.
Pythagoras.
It's just out of your reach. If you move 5 feet forward, yeah.
I count. I've got 20-foot movement.
Okay.
I don't know what to do. I don't know whether to hit the Mouther or whether to deal with Alex. How injured looking is the Mouther?
Not very.
Not very.
It's also currently climbing up Juniper's body.
Grappling her.
Yes.
Great.
Next turn to engulf her.
I'm going to say I'm pretty certain Gorham's going to arrive and chop it in twain, so to help him do so...
Perfect last words before Gorham has a series of natural ones.
Or another dominating.
It's pretty hard to overcome protection from evil to try another dominate effect.
True.
I cast Blessing of Fervor on the party. Not on Alex.
Okay.
Can you pick like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, the caster determines who are considered allies, just like you could if you have a buff or debuff going. So Blessing of Fervor, okay. Gorham.
Move in, I guess, here? And
Yeah, that's fine. It's not threatening, so if you wanted to move forward, you could.
Through Demir?
Because I believe you now have a 30 movement speed.
Yeah, so I could go to there and be flanking while I chop it to bits?
Not flanking because they're both grappling. But
Oh, true.
Yes.
Is it considered prone when it's grappling?
No, it just gets -4 to, or minus. It does take an AC penalty from a dexterity thing.
Right.
And let's see, I guess I'll take, oh wait, the one extra attack only goes if I'm taking full attack, which I can't do now.
Yep, may as well take the +2 to hit.
Yeah. Attack and dodge bonus.
Okay. Attack, dodge, and reflex.
Yeah.
So you're making a single attack.
Single attack.
Make it a good one.
Activating Vital Strike.
Yes. That will be sufficient. A 22, yes.
Woo.
All right, and I'm just going to roll my regular damage and roll an extra 2d4 for...
Yep, that's good.
So,
That's nice, 28.
so 3 points of that is acid, plus another 4 points of melee, so...
Okay. It has a good chunk of it sliced off that rise and kind of stops moving next to it, but a lot of it is still trying to climb up Juniper.
Dang-nabbit.
I'm not that.
Juniper, it is your turn.
Do you have Dimension Door as a spell?
Me?
Hmm.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, Lindsay, it is Juniper's turn. However, you're currently grappled, which has huge mega penalties to casting spells. Not hexes, spells.
Okay.
You
What
can.
do I need to roll to get out of it?
It would take a standard action, and you would have to roll a CMB check.
B or D?
B.
Okay.
Why isn't there a set things on fire hex?
So that would be with my +4.
Yes.
That
It should
would
be higher than. No, actually, it probably wouldn't.
So it's basically.
Again, you can use a.
Right.
You can still use hexes on it.
Mhm.
Say if you want to try and evil eye it for -4 to its attacks, which would include its grapple check to do more bad stuff to you.
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
You can also instead try to just attack it with its hair and hope you do enough to hurt it. So you do have options.
I will probably try and evil eye it. That seems to make sense.
Okay.
So then it will.
So evil eyeing its attack.
Well, maybe I don't know. Can I slumber it?
You believe so?
The hex, right?
It's a hex.
Let's make this even more complicated.
Not that complicated. I know exactly what your slumber does now. Are you going to try slumbering it?
Yes.
All right. So it makes a will save. It fails. So it will fall asleep for 9 rounds,
Nice work.
and it lets go of you. What's a good?
Ooh.
What's a good? So Lindsay, for your slumber per day thing, tick off 4 hit dice
Okay.
because it was a 4 hit
Are
dice.
those
creature.
things only 4 hit dice?
Yeah.
They seem really awful for 4 hit dice.
Well, that's hit dice, Hal, not CR.
Yeah, I guess that's true, right? They're not very tough, but they've got lots of special wang.
So
Yeah.
I have
Ah.
slumber at 24 hit dice. So I've -4, so that makes 20 hit dice left.
20 hit dice left for the day.
Nice.
So it's like I said, you can use it for a few big targets or several smaller ones, basically.
Oh,
Nice work, Batman.
that was
There's
rather.
not really a good sleeping icon that I can find, so I'll just go at clock. So yeah,
It's
that's
alarm
Juniper.
clock.
The Gibbering Mouther sleeps, which is rather disturbing in its own right, but it's not doing it at least.
Alex betrays. Wakes up the Mouther.
Alex, now that would be smart, but not very entertaining.
Alex climbs down the Mouther's mouth.
Is someone playing with icons of Juniper?
Yeah, it was me. I was seeing if I could click on it myself.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I should probably just attack Alex. That's probably fair. It is a bit. Sorry, attack Juniper. It is a bit sore with the
Poor old Juniper.
well, with the lightning bolt and all to the brain ooze. That being said, that would not be within Alex's nature, so we get a will save with a +2 bonus. So this is actually a total of +4 because heroism is still rocking.
Whoa.
So Alex is about to do so, but just as the mace is about to make contact, she kind of shakes out and kind of, whoa, that was weird.
Does that mean she's broken the spell?
She has indeed.
Hey! Everybody's happy.
That being said, would still be her standard action. She just kind of only at the last second withdrew it, really.
Alright, brain ooze.
All right. The brain ooze is going to. Let's see. What's your caster level 9, right, Hal?
I am a caster level 9, yes.
Okay. The brain ooze wiggles its tentacles and tries to dispel that protection from evil on Gorham.
Ha! Makes sense.
Spell magic, of course.
Oof.
And that will just do it.
Alex just hand rolls a will save. Oh, I see. That just appeared when you did that. 20. Damn you.
That will just do it.
So I've got 1 round of free action.
Actually, no. You threw out the
Oh, that's
effect with the initial. However, now you're free to be dominated once more.
That's a bit of a misnomer, right? You're free to be dominated.
Exactly.
It is.
I like
That's-
that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no other spells on Gorm at the moment, right?
Nope.
Okay. Demir, I suppose if you want to know that, you have to make me a spellcraft.
Oh, yes, I guess I do. Wiggles its tentacles, indeed.
Because I'm sure you would love to have the moment to just...
16. That's awful.
You have no idea what just happened.
Do I not know my spell has been dinged?
It's not on you anymore.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's fair. Hmm.
Did it break us on both of us, or was it just the effect on me?
It's just on you.
Yes. Well, that would be interesting to look up. But yeah, probably just on you.
We have a lot of referencing to do after this fight. I cast
It starts happening at this level. All these spells get flying all over, and Dispel Magic comes into play and all that. But yeah,
I cast Sound Burst on the ooze
Okay.
thing. I don't know whether can it be stunned as an ooze?
Quite
No,
possibly not.
possibly not. Let me try to see what else I've got.
Let me just check. Oozes. Stun. Yes, immune.
I cast Wall of Fire on
Okay.
its chair.
Just on its chair?
Well, actually all over that end of the room,
You
basically.
can draw it, Hal.
Oh yeah, totally can. How big is it? It's big, right?
Right, you can circle it or whatever.
Hal, you need to start having references for your spells.
I'm looking. Well, I normally would use the SRD, but my computer sucks.
That's
I'm
why you
looking.
need to start having references for your spells.
Yeah, no.
Like I do, with them all printed out in a folder.
Like you do. I'll give you my sheet and you can do it for me.
It's
Wall of Fire
large.
is
So, an opaque sheet
20
of flame.
20 feet long per level, or a ring of fire with a radius of 5 foot per 2 levels. Either form is 20 foot high.
Yes.
So it's big.
You're gonna burn up all the treasure, aren't you?
Yeah.
So, are you pretty much just putting a flame on on that back wall, essentially?
Yeah, let's just flame up that whole back wall.
Just want to. How tall is this room again? Just wanted to make sure. 20-foot high ceiling. So, yeah, pretty much you just cast on that back wall, and the whole back wall is fire.
Mm.
So,
Oozes aren't good with fire.
which way sends forth heat? Toward the wall or toward you guys?
Towards us. So it's against the wall, heating out. That makes sense.
Okay.
So that means we'll take damage if we approach up to.
So, there is indeed damage within 10 feet.
So is it in the...
As 1d4 points of fire damage to those past 10 feet, but within 20 feet.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
So, here's to all creatures. Okay, so just to start with, I'm gonna read further. So the ooze might do damage, but there's definitely 1d4 points of damage to Gorham.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I suppose it's a 5-foot thick wall, is it not?
It's also 10 foot up in the air if it's on that dais, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's 20 feet high, Hal. It's just the whole thing.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I assumed it was on the ground of the kind of elevated area.
I mean, if you want, you can leave a 10-foot section on either side, but why would you?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
why would
I guess. It's up to you.
I just wanted to fill the space. It made sense. It's got a big pile of fire. Why wouldn't I use it? But, I mean, how high is the chair it's set on?
Like 10 feet.
So the fire is 10 feet in the air, right?
Okay, if you want to put it that way, that's fine.
Well, I can't burn the thing if it's not on the thing.
Well, it's
Well,
20
no,
feet
It's a
tall.
wall of fire, Hal. It can cover the whole entire back wall.
Well, 20 feet vertically,
Yeah,
including that 10 feet.
What am I missing?
I don't. You can put the wall on the entire area.
Yeah, that's what we're doing, right? That whole little alcove area.
Yes. But what I'm asking, are you doing it from just 10 feet up, or are you doing it for the whole 20 feet up and down?
Oh, yeah, let's do the whole goddamn thing. But if I do it...
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, I don't know. Where's it going to go if it's in
It
that...
flies.
That's what I'm going to have to read up. But for now, Gorham is taking 1d4 points of fire damage.
Very
Because
good.
he is within 20 feet.
Do you want to roll it?
Yeah, I suppose you should roll it. Actually, I believe Because again, it's 5 feet wide, so I believe Demir and the Gibbering Mouther. So just roll 1d4. And
Or
so Demir, Gorham, and the Mouther take 4 points of fire.
okay,
It's a very hot wall.
Ow.
sorry,
How do you take fire damage from your own spell?
because I'm within the range of the spell.
Aren't you somehow magically immune to the fire? Or
No,
He's supposed to be smart enough to cast it away from himself.
Or
No,
is
it's
it
okay.
supposed to be a line, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a line.
Okay.
Or you can make a circle.
Okay, so never mind. So sorry, only to Gorham then.
Yeah, fair.
Or are you actually are you putting it in front and trying to trap it against the wall? Basically?
No, I'm landing it over the top of it, so it's going from. Let me draw it. Damn it! Should have drawn it to start with.
Yes. Well, I asked you to draw it.
I know.
he's trying not to use his computer.
Yeah, there's the fire. There.
Okay, but the thing is, it's a sheet. It's a curtain. It's not that thick.
Oh. Okay, hang on.
Well, why don't you draw it, Lockhart, as you understand it? 'Cause I don't
Where's my
understand.
delete gone? How do I delete things?
Where's my objects? I don't know. I should be able to select it.
How do I delete it?
You used to be able to do that.
I don't have a delete.
It's
in me.
gone.
Oh, thank you. So I'll now do a line. So it's going to go like that.
I don't see it.
For it. Wait. Okay. So that Gorham will take. Gorham will just take the 4 points. The Gibbering Mouther and Demir will be safe because they're 25 feet away.
Very
Why
good.
is there a line over there?
Because I misclicked before I unclicked. It's an extra piece of fire that just happened to appear.
All right. Anyway. So.
Use your imaginations, people.
So then it will take immediately.
2d6
2d6
plus 9.
No, it's not passing through it.
Hmm?
It's not passing through it. It's within 10 feet of it.
What?
You
It's right on top of it.
If you evoke the wall so it appears where creatures are.
Oh, what?
You can't actually put it on top of creatures. It's either on one side of
If
them or
you
the other.
evoke the wall so that it appears where creatures are, each creature takes damage as if passing through the wall.
Oh, okay. All right. How is it? That's weird.
It's written in an odd order is the problem.
It's
It's
also it is weird.
It's
Okay.
written in a weird order. It should do that at the more towards the top.
All right. So roll the damage that it takes then.
14.
All right.
Hey, it can be made permanent. I'm totally doing that when I can get a chance.
Gorham's turn then, if Demir is finished.
Oh, it's still not dead.
I guess I will
Kill it,
walk
Gorham.
closer to the fire and hit the thing. Oh, jeez, I just drew.
Why did you even have your draw too long?
Because I switched to the draw thing when I was trying to figure out how to delete.
It's Orc Spooge.
It's knotted.
Orc Spooge.
I guess I will move up there and attack it.
It is 10 feet up.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the problem. We yet again encountering the fact that flying creatures suck.
There is no particular way up, so it would just be a straight jump and or climb to get above it.
Hey, you're good at jumping now, dude.
I'm better at jumping. That'll just about negate my armor penalty on.
Can you jump 10 feet?
You're better climbing. Vertical jumps are harsh.
Yeah.
Okay. So that will be. Oh, well, jeez. I'm only at +1 with my. Guess I will climb up to face my foe.
You're +1? Oh my.
I'm at -5 for the armor.
I mean, it's not like it's going to be an easy climb. It's
only 10 feet, but
it's 10 feet, but I mean, again, like it's
Well, if it's a dais or whatever, I assume there's a way for people to get up there normally.
No.
Apparently, it was a chair specifically put there by a very tall man, so this brain could sit in it.
This was a place that belonged to wizards that had things like Dimension Door and stuff.
Isn't
And they just used-
Isn't it a bit wasteful to use Dimension Door when you can just use some stairs?
Use a stair.
But it's your
We are
special system,
wizards. We do
wizard
not
can
need
sit.
the stairs. But I am tired. I cannot get to my chair, for it is dead.
Ow.
I'm
It
sorry.
would be at least 20.
I'm sorry. I was only funning.
Yeah, no.
Well, if it's the way to get to it, I'll start trying to climb.
Do it. Pretend you're a tired wizard trying to get to your chair.
That or I can try and sunder the dais.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not do that. I've looked up enough rules for.
20.
There we go. There we go.
I've looked up enough rules for today. Stop doing weird things.
Okay, so let me just. So there you are.
You taking damage from my wall of fire now.
I suppose he would, because it was right in the middle of there, wasn't it, Hal?
Well, it's kind of over that thing. It's in that square he's standing in, I would guess.
Then he would indeed be taking damage.
You're setting yourself on fire.
Yep.
We need to get.
Hal, roll it.
Yeah, okay. I think I've still got it. 14. That's exactly the same roll as last time. This dice roll is fixed.
They're only
All
D6s.
right.
There's not a whole lot of variety, really.
So do I
no,
still
yes.
have enough action to do a single full vital strike?
I will be happy to. One thing. Okay, yeah, you're good to go. Your head feels kind of weird standing this close to it.
Great. Some mind warpy aura. It's
Warp it.
draining my childhood from me.
Maybe.
You know, it's sucking out your libido.
We got a crit threat coming in.
Ooh.
Hey, critical the shit.
Except you can ignore it.
Oh,
Ooze.
Oh yeah, oozes don't critical.
all right. Well, let's see.
Hopefully it'll still be enough damage to just outright.
28 plus 6 points of vital strike.
Oh, no. That will not kill it.
Wow.
Juniper.
Yes.
It's still alive.
So I evil-eyed, not it, didn't I?
You haven't done anything to it. The Gibbering Mouther is still asleep.
Okay.
Put it to sleep.
I was just gonna say.
It doesn't look like there's much to it, but no.
Let's have a go at casting.
Sorry, what are you doing? Casting spell?
Sleep. Slumber.
Slumber?
Yes.
All right.
Sleep in the wall of fire.
That'd be nice. It's all cozy and birdy.
You send out your mental hexing powers to try and put it to sleep. It does not appear to have any effect.
Is it immune?
It is indeed.
Of course.
Because it's an ooze, right?
Yes.
Damn it.
Did I not put that out before I wasted?
Unfortunately, here's the thing: is you were not the one to roll the knowledge engineering.
Okay.
That was Alex, and there's only so much she could really say, and she's gave quite a lot, really.
Okay.
This was a higher CR creature. She didn't know much about it, so.
But I know about my spell in my head.
Well, yes, but I mean, at the same time, it's kind of a weird thing because again, normally you wouldn't target a ooze with a hex anyway because they're normally not intelligent either.
Well, that's what I mean. Would I have bothered then?
Well, but this one might be intelligence considering it's been puppeting people.
True. But I'm picking my spells and things to cast.
But again, the thing is, knowledge of oozes is again knowledge engineering, which you do not have. You would not know at second nature exactly how immune they are to you.
But I know my slumber. So
Yes, but you don't know the creature you're casting it on.
But in the past, if I've tried to cast it on certain things, I should surely know by this point that there are certain things of the same class of creatures that are immune to things like that. Would I not be able to base it on that?
Again, that would be knowledge of creatures. Maybe you haven't faced an ooze up until now.
Okay.
And this is kind of a weird ooze.
This is a particularly weird one.
What?
Habitually, oozes don't fly about.
It can be affected by your hexes, just not slumber. And again, it's kind of one of those things where, unfortunately, you don't have the knowledge to know this yourself as a character, so it's just something you have to take as an experiment going forward.
But also, what I'm trying to say, and obviously badly because it's not coming out right, is that I cast that. I said that I would do that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about my spell or oozes, but what I'm saying is my character obviously would know more about the kinds of things.
But see, that's what I'm saying. If you had knowledge engineering, yes, but your character doesn't, so they don't know about oozes that well.
Even in general, if you knew that oozes weren't affected by slumber, this thing doesn't really look like an ooze anyway.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out what I would know.
If this was something like a demon, because you have knowledge planes, yes, you would get that knowledge, but it's something that you don't have a knowledge check in, even in character.
I know, but what I'm saying is that I'm not basing it on the ooze part of the equation. I'm basing it on the Juniper knowing her stuff thing. It's all right. I think you answered it. It's fine.
So Alex is going to pull out the wand of magic missile and is going to try and use it on the brain ooze. So let's see here. Where did my archaeologist go? So if I'm doing this right, this is going to be a plus 14.
Do it.
Yes, success. So this will be, this is level 5, so there'll be 3d4 plus 3. 12 points.
Nice. Very
Which
good.
will be sufficient to turn it into a rather gelatinous looking pile on the step by Gorham's feet.
Yay, I can leave the wall of fire next round.
Which, on its turn, being in the middle of a wall of fire, will just completely melt.
I'll forget the wall of fire. It vanishes next turn because it's concentration plus 1 round. So, sorry, Gorham.
Yes, that's true. So unfortunately, on your turn, Gorham takes another 2d6 plus 9 damage, does he not?
He does. 17. Sorry, dude.
I walked up here on my own free will.
Sal's character's going to heal you in a minute, right?
I will, don't worry. I'll heal you.
And then I'll hop down.
Why can't I not target this one drawing?
What? Which one?
I was able to target and delete the other ones. I can't target this one line.
It's because it's so amazing.
I know how to fix that.
Lockhart, it's the power of prayer.
All right. And assumedly, the Gibbering Mouther will be coup de grace rather quickly after.
Yeah, I think we'll give Juniper the honours of coup de grace it, as she was the one that put it to sleep.
Yay.
Yay. That could have been bad, Lockhart. If you'd have carried on pushing forward with that fight, I think we'd have died.
What do you mean carried on pushing forward? It happened exactly. I mean, you did what you had to.
I guess. Got us into that corridor and split us in two. That was a horrid thing.
Because honestly, considering that he was grappled when he got dominated, there wasn't too much else really that he would have done.
Yeah.
The only hint that would have really made a difference was I gave you that hint of 5-foot step.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if you were right beside him, he could still have attacked you with penalties and whatnot.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, that's good, and we're a fair bit past our usual ending time.
Search the room.
Search the room, Lockhart.
Searching the room. All right.
We'll also cast Detect Magic and scan about.
perceive and
All right. So, casting detect magic. So, a general search about. Most of the weapons and pieces of armor along the floor are uniformly rusted and particularly worthless. However, a good search combined with detect magic reveals in a corner underneath a shield is a magical light crossbow. Furthermore, it has a little quiver filled with 10 magical bolts.
Do any of us use a crossbow? Can I use a crossbow?
I believe you can.
I believe pretty much everyone can use a crossbow.
Yeah, I think it's a weapon we can all use. And actually, you'd be particularly good with it because you have a very good dexterity.
yeah.
Ooh, can I have it then?
Do you want to identify it? Could be a crossbow of rotting off your hand.
I would still have it, so.
Sure, you can have them. I'm happy with that.
She has hair. She doesn't need
Yep.
hands.
That's right. She can have like crossbow bolts
For
floating around.
9 minutes a day.
What is my. I have a vestigial tail. Vestigial wings and a prehensile tail. Does the tail react in the same way as my hair?
Not quite. It doesn't do an attack, and it can't wield a weapon. But I believe it can do things like hold a spare potion or a wand.
Mhm.
So, so normally when someone say more than 2 wands, that's when I start keeping in mind, okay, this one has to be dropped on the floor, or use a move action to put it back.
Okay.
But with this one, you can like juggle 3 wands or something.
Yeah.
Because
I think it can also kind of reach into pouches and pick stuff up and that kind of business.
It still takes an action
I
though.
think it can like pull stuff off your belt and that kind of thing for you if you have your hands full.
That's cool.
Mm.
So I can have like something held in my tail, something held in my hair, something in my hands, and do a bunch of other stuff too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
And your vestigial wings just give you some stability when you fly.
We're to your alchemist again with the multiple hands, aren't we?
That's right.
Yeah.
Chicken fish.
Okay.
So let's ID this crossbow.
Okay. What do I need? Do I need to cast?
You can roll. I'll also help. I'll do my
Spellcraft combined with the detect magic will give a chance to identify it.
I'll do spellcraft too.
So you're assisting Hal, or you're just doing it on your own?
I don't know. I guess I'll assist.
It's unfortunate because well, that's still a 21. That should be fine. It's a +1 seeking light crossbow.
Awesome.
And then the bolts themselves are magical?
They are.
So we'll ID the bolts as well. Gonna do the same again, love?
Yeah.
I'll assist you. What is your spellcraft?
18.
Yeah, you're better than me. 28 for me.
38 for me.
Juniper doesn't even need Demir looking over her shoulder.
Fine.
They will each have the same magical aura and stuff, and they are each +1 human bane bolts.
Ooh.
Right.
Human bane.
Human bane.
They are particularly damaging and nasty against humans. Also note that half races, like half elves and half orcs, count as humans for the purpose.
Rock on. You could shoot Gorham with it for laughs. And me. Don't shoot me with those.
What is it?
Technically, it would be against everyone in the party except Juniper.
Yeah.
What? So the crossbows are what? A plus?
+1
Seeking.
seeking. Which I believe is basically ignore mischance type thing.
That's cool.
And they are.
Human.
10 +1 human bane arrows. Bolts.
Happy loot, right?
And you said 10 as in that's how many I have of them, Hal?
Yes.
Correct. There are 10 +1 human bane bolts. So if it's a +1 crossbow firing a +1 arrow, is that a total effect of +2?
No.
No, it's 11.
No.
How does it work?
It's just take the higher enchantment.
Okay, so it's not. Yeah,
that
I
used,
guess that's
that
fine.
used to be the old 3.0 way of doing it.
I thought where you add them together.
That you remember it because I think you were kind of using 3.0 rules in World's Largest Dungeon for that.
Yeah, for a while. Yeah, I think
One of
yeah.
Steve's characters, I believe.
Yes.
That sounds about right.
Sorry, nostalgia bomb there.
Steve's characters of brokenness. Brokenness.
I'm sure someone's gonna correct me and say it was someone else.
I don't know. I can't remember.
Was it Nick that joined? Who was the late joiner?
Richard.
Richard, yeah, that's it.
I need to rest. Party-wise,
Yes.
I'm running out of spells, people.
I need to rest player-wise soon too.
Oh, Mister.
Well, you're not in immediate danger, so you can do things like healing next session. Shall we just
Let's
part
explode.
Yeah, let's expiate. So for Hisari, defeating her 1600. For Hell Wasp Swarm, which you guys are pretty good against that, really.
We did okay.
Surprised. I did not think Juniper had 2 lightning bolts prepared.
Haha, good work, Juniper.
4800.
Nice.
For returning Hisari alive, 4800.
Woo.
For returning the body of Peritus, 2400.
Yay.
For 2 Gibbering Mouthers, 3200.
Keep it coming.
Oh, I think you guys are leveling.
I think you might be right.
For Brain Ooze, another 3200.
Yay.
For an even total of 20,000 divided by 3 is 6,667 experience.
Oh. What's that give us thing?
667.
That's a level if their
That is.
total is correct.
We've got 6,615.
67.
107,581.
Hooray for level 10. What's the next level, Lockhart?
155.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a jump.
That is a big jump. Hooray for level 10. Are we leveling between sessions here, or are we not?
What do you mean?
I mean, do you want us to level now, or the next time we properly rest?
Probably next time you properly rest. Which honestly, if you're running out of spells and
Yeah, I am.
retreat,
It's probably going to be between sessions, isn't it?
And I'm down.
So let's say we retreat, because I'm blanked out, and I'm pretty certain Juniper's pretty low on spells too. And say we rest outside and then come back in.
yeah, we'll go over that, but that's probably fairly safe. There might just be some fine details to that, but that's fine. And yeah, so good session. Well,
Thank you, Lockhart. Ooh, I get level 5 spells. Huzzah! Level 5.
Thanks, Lockhart.
Thank you, Lockhart. I'm stopping the recording. Say goodbye, people.
Bye.
Bye. Lockhart, 3, 2, 1, stop.